Here we go. Just realized I need to turn on my microphone first so we could start talking. And wanted to, it took just a little while there. I had to go out and check the mods real quick to make sure that I had the latest versions, the latest updates of the mods from the Mod Hub. Got a little something in the back of my throat. It's kind of making it a little unstable here. I feel like I got a little congestion. I have to continually cough or something. Hang on here. So hopefully that'll fix that for a little while. And today I'm running a multiplayer. So from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time today. This is Farming Simulator 17, of course, and we're running this off of Goldcrest Valley with some modifications. Now, you can see I've got about 4.2 million up there. There's some money has been spent. I went out and I've been learning how to edit just a little bit. So I wouldn't say I'm a modder. As one person said, I don't mod yet anyway. I edit. So I went out and edited this map just a little bit originally. Added all the question marks back in. So, you know, people can come out and they can take a look at that. If you haven't looked at that before you're jumping in, you want to play around a little bit, that's fine. Everybody's going to have the capability to spend money, buy things, sell things, whatever. Well, not sell because I'm afraid somebody will come in and sell everything. So, but yeah, buy equipment and buy land and harvest and whatever you want to do. So you want to do logging, you can buy logging equipment and go out and do logging. I can add money to this. Pretty sure I have the adder on this. Let's see real quick. So what was that? That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. Well, that's going to be annoying because I can't remember which one's that's supposed to be for that. That's not it. Where are we at here? Return. Okay. Doggone it. I always forget what the key codes are for that. Well, we'll work it out one way or another. Could have sworn that it was I know that one of them's the horn button. I can't remember what the other buttons are. Oh, that's really annoying. Okay, hang on. I'm going to pop back out for a minute here. Let's see. It's terribly annoying. And let's take a look at the mods again because it's supposed to tell me what keys we're using, I thought. And let's see, installed. Okay, so just going to run through the install here real quick until I find the money. There's compass. What? There it is, money tool. Okay. Hey! Doggone it. Went way up too far, hit the wrong cotton picking button. No, I don't want latest, I want installed. For goodness sakes, man. Just make it so difficult. Alright. Alt and Alt, yeah. Whatever STRG is, right? So, something Alt and Honk. You can see there's a lot of things that aren't added in there right now because those are betas, or there's some other stuff that I have out there that I use in my personal games, single player games, that you would either have to download or and install or find, or I'd have to send to you or something. This way it just makes it the easiest possible. Okay, so I know it's that and that, so. But I know I also got to be in a vehicle as well. Okay. So that's not it. So I don't know what my STRG key is. That's the whole thing. It should be that one. But unfortunately, that's also that. And I still don't even know what that is, how to use that. Anybody know how to use that? Yeah, see, that's not it. That's not it. I don't know what key that is. That's really annoying. I thought it was... Oh, maybe it's... I have to do this one over here. There it is. I have to use the other control key is what it is in order to add them in on there. Instead of the left control, I have to use the right control key. Well, joy, oh joy. So thanks for that. Possibly because of that other add-in too. So I don't know what we're doing here on this. It looks like he's not ready to fertilize that yet, but we can give him a shot on it. So first off, I got to get a cord out of my way here, otherwise I'll be tripping over that. Okay. Right where my pedals are, and let's move up here a little bit. Put some other equipment out here so I can get to this easier. I have a little shelf that goes underneath my desk here that holds the keyboard and the trackball that I use, but I have to pull that out, and I have a chair that has arms on it. So the drawer comes out, hits the arms push the drawer in, and then I wind up having fun playing keyboard search. Okay, so that's what I thought. We're good with that. Okay, and we can set this guy up. Has a full grain tank. Okay, that's fine. And what do we got here? We got wheat here, or something here. Oh yeah, got this big old truck here. So I think we want to go and get grain from him, but I think first I'm going to drop off wheat here. I gotta figure out where he's at too. This is wheat. So you can see I already started making some minor modifications here, but they're in-game modifications. They're not actually modifications on the map itself. With actually, going and editing the map. But I was out looking at that today. Oh, that's what the problem was. There was no more capacity for wheat here. So I had to put wheat someplace else. In this case, I think, and there we go, silos. Let's see, temporary storage, yada, yada, yada. And I'm not going to be selling anything right now, and it won't let me do anything until I get out of that. So, all right. So I think what had happened is I had dropped off as much as I could and was heading back to relieve the... where is he anyway? Well, isn't that odd that he's not showing up here? Okay, well, that's probably because we have all this turned off here. So, boom, boom, and let's turn that on. Let's go back now, and I still don't see him anywhere. I guess if he thinks he's done. You got something down there at 31. I have no idea what that is. Oh, did I? Oh, I think that's him right there. I bought Mary's Farm, didn't I? Oh, no, that's this guy. Okay. Because I was picking that up, all right, and Here we go. And he's just about full. Okay. I can't remember where I was or what I was doing. Where are you? You are on what field? 20. Field 20. Okay. So that's where I got to go to pick up more wheat. Okay, and we'll turn him back on. Okay. And he's trying to pick up the straw, which is at field 20. Okay, so we started that. All right, now I know where I am. Now I remember where I left off with some of this stuff, so we can pick it up. Semis first. Okay, yeah, so I was out looking at trying to create some map mods, and mostly I'm bringing up the Giants editor. I was looking at trying to bring Westbridge over into 17, from 15 to 17. And I actually managed to partially port it over, but part of the problem, of course, was, as it turned out, part of the problem is it does not recognize ground textures of any kind. So I'm kind of still, muddling about there, trying to figure out how some of that works. Just basically looking at all the details and thumbing through and trying to use some of the keys, trying to learn how to use some of the keys to move around and make selections and stuff. Right now I'm doing that on the Goldcrest Valley Farms map, so I can kind of get a feel for what's going on with that. And like I said, I partially ported the Westbridge over. It's everything except the terrain, so there's no roads or grass or any of the terrain features or textures that you might want to see, but all the buildings are there. And so I was thinking, well, I might be able to port those buildings over, but we'll see, and pull some of those over, so that would be kind of nice. But we'll see what's going on with that here a little bit later. I want to first figure out just how to do anything at all in 17 with the map. So I have a sample map already. I pulled the sample map out, and I started messing with that a little bit. So there we go. And so let's go ahead and light that baby up, drop that, and let's start picking up and go. So we'll try to pick up where we left off here. So that's been kind of interesting, and a wee bit exciting. It's and until I can familiarize myself with the controls just a little bit, with the keys and what all the different little tabs are. I mean, we got like terrain paint, terrain info, terrain paint info or something. I don't know. It's like it's all just the same thing. So you got to try and read through that a little bit. I did send out a request to Giant because they have the digital what do they call it? Digital upgrade pack, I think is what they called it. And the digital upgrade pack, you get a couple of additional tractors, and you also get the something about modding, and then supposedly modding for dummies. But my question is, see, the current modding for dummies that comes with 17 and it's in the directory for 17, or the one that comes in 15. I mean, they're exactly the same book, and they all relate to 15, and things have changed a lot in 17, although some of the basic concepts still apply as far as the editor's concerned. So but yeah, it's been really strange trying to find some things in 17, because I had started to look at the whole concept in 15, and a lot of stuff has changed around in 17. So I've been digging through the XML files to try and get an understanding of what's going on with that, and what the changes are, what some of the differences are, which is kind of interesting. I've also been looking out on the internet to see, if I could find some other maps or anybody who actually demonstrates because I'm visually oriented, so it's a lot better, if somebody's kind of showing me. I'm a lot better at following directions having been shown than somebody just telling me almost at random, or even trying to read through a book at sometimes, because even when people are telling you stuff, there are assumptions made. There are assumptions made of default understanding. And I know this from past years because I have taught, over the years, different things. I even taught at a university as adjunct faculty for a couple of years, which was really kind of interesting because technically I never graduated high school. So I get a kick out of that every single time I mention it too. So it's just, I have such an issue with standard educational techniques. I think what would you call it? Standard, I don't know what you would call it really, but typical educational mechanics used in schools and universities, for me, they are just overburdening. I mean, how many times can you say 2 plus 2 is 4 and tell me that and try to explain that to me before you think I might actually understand it? It's like, I got it the first time, I really don't need to have that again. That was one of the problems I had with English in school, was I understood all that, and after 4 or 5 years of English class going through high school, grammar school and high school, it's like, okay, come on, man. I understand what an adjective is. I've got an adverb. I understand basic grammar context. I got so bored with it, I quit school. And then a couple years later, I was out of school for how long? Let's see. I was out of school for about 3 or 4 years, having quit prior to finishing 11th grade, actually. Oh, that's right. We can't put anything in here, can we? Let's see. I got to think where I'm going to put the wheat now. I could try to sell it. And let's see. Who will buy wheat? Who will buy wheat? Oh, Mary's Farm. Hey, I was there. Doggone it. Now I'm over here. Well, that'll make a short trip. It's almost like going back. I'm going to sell Mary's Farm some wheat. So it just never went through 12th grade, and then about 4 years later took a GED and scored in the top 10% in the state, having been out of school for 3-4 years. And the only reason I even took the GED to begin with was because I joined the Navy. And the only reason I joined the Navy, all right, well, we're going to be in the neighborhood. Hang on there, helper I. And the only reason I joined the Navy, honestly, was because I was living in Florida. And Florida, economically, if you live there and you're not retired, it's depressed. Then it was, and I still think it is, but I haven't really visited it lately. So, a depressed economy. It's a tourist state, mostly relying on tourists and retirees. And except for places like Miami, and we can say, around Tampa or Jacksonville, some of the really major cities, and there's only just a few of them, Daytona, for example, but Daytona is basically tourist. You don't get paid diddly squat for what you do. In a state that is typically, in my opinion, technologically, about 20 years behind the rest of the country, as opposed to, some other states that are more like 50 years behind the rest of the country. Let's see, let's go ahead and straw. I thought I had wheat. Man, I am just going bananas, aren't I? Okay. Dirt. That's what I get for talking and not paying attention. Okay, but at least I know where my next load of wheat's going. It's going right here. Since I can't dump it anywhere. Go back to the barn to dump the straw. Somebody should be paying attention here, because I'm not. But while I'm here, and considering that helper I is now full, let me find helper I. My goodness, I got too many things to unload here. I'm not going to be able to get much out of this before I've got to send him back. Which way are we going, helper I? Okay. Because I don't think I certainly don't have enough room to empty helper I here. Let's see. Out of... oh, see, and he filled them up, and he's... Now, see, now he fills up and he moves forward, but I only got one trailer, so maybe that's why. He holds like, what, 16,000? 15,000 is 75%, 20,000. So he did a pretty good job of dropping off a bunch of stuff there. So let's see if we can... I'm going to have to go and empty him. What have I got here? Potatoes. Where in the world am I going to drop potatoes? There is no potato. I'm going to have to sell them. There is no place to store potatoes that where it shows up in your inventory that you have potatoes stored. Even to get straw into a place that's stored, I had to buy a straw barn. So that's like one of the next things to do is to pick up something. But in a multiplayer game like this, we can't do that because it would be a mod and everybody have to know what that mod is. So what we're going to have to do is sell the potatoes someplace. Let's see who will buy potatoes. Who will buy taters? My goodness, they just are not worth it, are they? I think I'm going nuts because Mary's Farm will buy potatoes for $3.10, and that's where I just was. Ah! I just got to start looking before I move, I guess. So, yeah, nice going there, buddy. Just come in and ram me. Yeah, no, everybody go by. It's all right. Go on. Where did all this traffic come from? Is this Sunday already? Because we got all the Sunday drivers out here. Well, at least it's a short trip to Mary's Farm to sell taters, huh? And now helper I is blocked by an object. Really, I thought I had moved them up far enough so they weren't going to be in the way. I'm just having all sorts of issues down here at Mary's Farm. Oh my goodness, look at him trying to get up the hill here with this load at 6 miles an hour. Whoa. And that's why I need more powerful tractors. Although this guy's supposed to be pretty powerful. Yeah, hang on to that thought. I could have sworn I had moved him up far enough he wasn't going to be in the way. I would have bet money on that. All right. Oh, stop it right there. Okay. You go ahead and unload that. We'll be back to you in just a minute. And you're finishing up. And this is wheat, right? Okay. And you were done. I didn't see how much we got, but it doesn't really make any difference anyway, does it? And we're going to pull you back down here so you can pick up some potatoes a little bit later on. And we'll try to figure out what we're going to be doing with those potatoes when we get them. Now, let me see if we can dump the straw that I went to dump but thought it was wheat and couldn't dump it, and brought it back. Selleth wheat at Mary's, but it turned out to be straw. Helper I, oh, that's right. Because Helper I was pretty close to being... Because I had hardly pulled anything out for Helper I, so... So it wouldn't take them much longer to fill it back up. Okay, there we go. So, there we go. Helper I. I helper. You can empty that now and continue on your way. What are we looking at here? All right. And we'll try to get this done correctly this time. So we bought a couple of the big fields here. So I've got 20 and 31. And that's pretty much it right now. It's just so I could play around with this a little bit. We've got full hoppers for wheat and barley and I think corn and I think that's it over here at oh, and this structure is really strange too. The way it's built, you would think that you were supposed to load it from the other side, but no, this is the loading side right here. So obviously there's going to have to be some editing here to, there we go, in order to get this to open up so we can drive through here. So got to edit the land. And I'll be doing some of that at some point here too. Making some modifications to the map. But if I do that, then, you know, it's not in-game modifications, like taking the roller, you know, and clearing the land here or whatever. Then it might not work in multiplayer mode, so we'll see. Okay. Man, I swear that I smell sausage cooking somewhere. Hey, who are we doing there? Fire Eagle 21, good to see you. Haven't talked to you in a little while. How are you doing today? Playing a little multiplayer farming simulator here, 17 on PC. So if you've got a PC and farming simulator, you're welcome to join. I don't remember if you have on PC or not. I was thinking maybe console. Is that right? And this is just the default Goldcrest map with basically with all the additions except the betas from ModHub. So let's see, where are we at here? What do we want? I'm going to put the rest of that in the truck. There we go. Yeah, and I was just making some slight modifications, little bit by little bit, in-game modification for the multiplayer. Like you saw, I put out the, oh, you don't have the game? Oh, okay, all right. Well, sorry about that. What have you been doing lately then? Been streaming yourself? Ooh, we had quite a bit there, didn't we? Okay. Put that away. And we'll set you down right there for now. And this is, let's see, Mary's Farm is buying wheat right now, and I'm full up elsewhere, so I'm selling it to Mary's Farm. They got the best price on wheat. And good, I'm going the right direction too, so that helps. Mostly working. Oh, no, that's no, definitely not. Don't do that. Well, you got to make a living though, right? My goodness. Whoa, whoa. Boy, this thing jackknifes way too easy. I hardly even turn that steering wheel on that baby. It's this big old tipper on the back of this thing. It wants to keep going straight. So I have to be real careful about how I turn with this. Mostly working. Well, it's just about Christmas, man. You should be getting off for Christmas. I smell my wife is downstairs cooking something, boy. It smells like, I don't know, it smells good. It's meaty something or other. Sausage. It's making me hungry, and I just had lunch. I don't know if I can last till dinner if she's going to keep doing that. I know she's down there. She's baking cookies. She baked up some, what is that called? She calls it Christmas bark. It's dark chocolate with crushed up peppermint in it. You know, she'll take like candy canes and crush those up if we got those. Because candy canes are tough for me, they're just tough to mess with. You know, you got that long stick. You got it. Becomes after a while, it gets pointed. You know, you poke yourself in the eye or something. I don't know. I thought we were going to take wheat here. We're going to there. Just got to move up a little bit. All right, at 600 and something. Not really a big thing in Belgium, yeah. Well, so what do you have a big December holiday then, or anything like that? What is the big holiday in Belgium? I guess is the thing. Whoa, watch it there, buddy. Hey, Mother Najar, how you doing? Yeah. I'm playing a multiplayer game today, and you're welcome to join if you have a PC in the game. So it's wide open. You know, I'll give you money. You can buy or sell, or, well, you can't sell, but you can buy and any equipment, land. If you want to do some logging. Oh. Man, I tell you, this trailer is just too much for this little truck, and I don't think I got a better truck for this. Yeah, I was just talking with Fire Eagle 21 here. He's out of Belgium, and I was talking a little bit about Christmas. He says Christmas isn't a big thing there. So you just do the New Year? Well, that's, you know, I guess that's kind of universal. Working out the New Year around this time of year. Is that the biggest holiday then in Belgium? Is that one of the biggest holidays? There's got to be something else, you know, like, I don't know, a national day or... I guess I could use this guy to pick up potatoes. Oh, I don't think the potato... Yeah, really. No, it's just, you know what it is? It's not so much. You just put a little bit of a wheel on it, though. Oh, okay, so you have it on your Xbox. All right, okay. Oh, well, that's what you need for Christmas, Mother and Jar. You need a new PC. Did you tell anybody you put that on your wish list? That's what you need. Yeah, no, this trailer is such a big trailer on some of these tractors, and especially on a semi-tractor like this. It just pushes it right through there. Oh, okay, a lot of special days they aren't that big. So nothing like Chinese New Year, or because they just had what was that? What was the big Chinese celebration here recently? They just had I can't remember now because I've gone past it. And that's been a little while back too, this past year. Like about March or so, I think it was for us. And yeah, it's kind of a national day for them too, though. So yeah, it was a big conjunction of, I think, like 3 things that made it like a special super New Year or whatever. I can't remember what it's called right now. So, but yeah, some of these trailers are so big, and especially when they get loaded, that the trailer just wants to keep right on going even though you're turning. And if you've turned just a little bit, if you can't get that trailer to start going, it just tries to go straight and it just pulls you right around. So that's part of the problem with that. That happens in real life too. I've done that on real vehicles. Yeah, that's a lot of fun, and it's more difficult to get out of it in real life. Oh, are we having fun yet? So yeah, well, anything you're interested in seeing here on the map, so you can see I started tearing some stuff out. I was playing around with, you can see right over here, where I was dumping out, what was this? I think this was beets here, or potatoes, and I was dumping out in what used to be a shed there in a couple of places here. in an effort to try and figure out whether or not, it would show up in my inventory. So, because I want it to show up, potatoes and beets, I want that to show up right here. There's no way that I have been able to find on this map to get this to show up in here. And so it's kind of driving me a little bit nuts. I think you have to actually buy a piece, something and place it that will register it here. But apparently that hasn't happened. The only thing that exists out there, and I had to buy it, was the haystack. And that's in mods there, in Mod Hub. Was the haystack, or the straw storage there. You're hyped for Last of Us. What is that? I don't know what that is. Last of Us 2? Last of Us 2 Adieu. Adieu. Is that a show? Come out in about 2 years. Or is it a game? I'm guessing it's probably a game. So, I never heard of it. What's it about? It's a game by Naughty Dogs. Maybe I shouldn't ask. Maybe I shouldn't be asking that question right now. Okay. Ooh. I'm going to leave him there for now. He's kind of at home. Yeah, there was a couple other places I dropped potatoes too. And it looks like this is about ready to give it up, so. Try and get some of those potatoes unloaded there. Oh, look at that, and just about filled me up too. All right. Well, I think at this point I need to go and sell those. Now, I think Mary was buying these too. It's a story based on something? Okay. Mother in a Jar, almost 6K for Wool Jesus. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Definitely. I know. I think Talking Tohi, that's what Talking Tohi has decided to do, is go ahead and get some sheep because they're asking so much for wool here. Yeah. It actually was more than that at one point, so it's gone down some. It was over 6,000. It was like 6,200, 6,400. So, it'll probably go back up. But, yeah, definitely sheep. Well, and for me, it was kind of a choice in my own game of going between sheep and logging. But it got to be to look like such an expensive deal to go into sheep that I decided to go with logging instead. And I think in the long term, it's kind of 6 to 1, half dozen the other. So it was just a perception at the time. So let's see. And who's taking wheat is Mary's Farm. That's what it is. Mary's Farm is taking that. And we are on Mary's Farm, or what used to be Mary's Farm until I bought it. So wrong button. Okay. Let's try it again. And this fills up with potatoes pretty quickly because that harvester will hold 20K, 20,000, 20 tons, or 20,000 liters. So when you say ton here, you have to say it kind of like, ton. You're going to get some food? Oh, okay. Well, thanks for stopping in, Fire Eagle. Appreciate it. Nice to see you, and hope to see you again a little bit later on. So thanks for touching base. I really appreciate the follows, too. Yeah, 6K for wool. I like it. And I was trying, but I was cutting down trees. I got that scorpion and was cutting down some trees. And that makes it really nice. And I was clearing out some land on my other map, on my single-player map. And trying to figure out how to and then planted some trees on a plot of land. And then I think I came to the realization I may not need to plant the trees on a farm. So I'm going to have to try that out a little bit later on and see what's going on with that. So yeah, I got way too much money here. I don't know what to do with it. Right now I'm just kind of going through some of the motions of working on the farm here until somebody jumps in and wants to play, or if somebody wants to see something. If you're interested in seeing something, we could go out. Hey, I tell you what, we got enough money here. We could actually go out and start a sheep farm. I've never actually done it. Is that something that you think you'd be interested in? Because like I say, all I'm doing here is just playing and waiting for anybody who wants to play to come along. And I think if I go for a couple hours here and nobody comes to join in, then I'm probably going to change things up a little bit. Maybe I'll go out and look at the Chellington map. So, have you had a chance to take a look at the Chellington map, or do you get those maps? Because there's the one that Talk and Tell he was using. What was that? The Lostburg? Yeah, the Lostburg map, which I'm not going to be playing that at all. I really don't like that map at all. Or, but they got that other one out there now, and it just had an update too, the Chellington map. And I was just talking shortly with Fire Eagle about, he went to get some food. Of course, he wouldn't be talking about food because my wife is cooking something that smells like a really good sausage or something. So, and she's downstairs in the kitchen and I'm upstairs in the computer room here. And it just comes up here. Oh, man. My poor little tummy is just gurgling. And that's even after I had lunch. So, which was only about an hour and a half ago. Doesn't take much. Yeah, I'd like to get a new computer for Christmas too, though. So that would be nice, but I don't think that's going to happen for a little while here. But I'm thinking by the end of this next year, I want to buy some upgraded equipment for this. So, especially a chair. I think what I need is I need a really decent chair for this. I like some of those chairs that I see some of these more full-time streamers using out there. They've got some really nice, comfortable chairs. Oh, okay. Sugar beets and potatoes. Well, there is one. Somebody has put one out. I think I downloaded it too. They put one out. It's actually more like a shed. But it just seems to me like such a big oversight that wasn't included. I mean, I know that it's not that difficult to make for those who know how to do it. Now, for me, it'd be a little difficult, I think. And I've been looking at modding stuff. I was digging around in that just before streaming here, so I've got I started to port the Westbridge map from 15 over into 17. Because I want to play with that map and mess with it. But the only thing that hasn't come over so far, it seems like, is a lot of the terrain texturing or coloring or whatever, painting. So, like there's no grass, there's no dirt roads, there's no actual roads. All the buildings are there. And all the trees and foliage is there. But none of the other stuff. I just think it's a big oversight, though, that they didn't have that in the first place. I mean, even straw, not even really straw storage. But they've already got a straw storage in ModHub. It's like, well, I can sell straw real easy, and there's not a lot. Frequently, I don't need to store it, because if I need it, I can go put it, in the cow pens. And I don't know if the sheep or... because I haven't paid attention to it. I haven't gone out and read anything on the sheep or pigs, whether they need it. You were playing 15 yesterday? Yeah. Isn't it? Isn't it? It really is a totally different game. So, and I really enjoyed 15 in a lot of ways. There were a few things that were kind of odd, but, so there's things about 17 that are different than things with 15. For example, I think the AI for, running tractors, like for plowing and things like that, cultivating, etc. I think the AI is much better in 15. In 17 in a lot of ways, but there's some issues with the fields in 17 that we didn't have in 15. Now, did I just misunderstand there, or was it like two things? Between 15 and 17 is what you were talking about, right? Because the last thing says between 17, so you're not talking about like two different instances of 17, or... But yeah, there was, and so, there were some really neat things that, oh, there we go, Dawn, that occurred in 15, like the missions in 15. I really kind of like the missions in 15 a little bit more, I think, than the ones in 17. Although it's neat to do this stuff here, go out and help the farmers and get a cut rate on the field, after you've helped that farmer out, and a little bit, he gives you discounts on his fields when you go to buy them. That's kind of a neat concept. Not saying it's not good, but it takes so long to do anything decent like plow or harvest, especially the big fields. I mean, at least, in the missions in... what have I got here? Straw? Okay. So this is the straw storage that's in ModHub. And the oddest thing for me was trying to figure out where to unload. And apparently you unload back here. I thought this was like I don't know, air vent or something. But it's actually this. You got to unload on this side. Like, really? You can't unload and load on the same side? I guess not, because they don't do it on the silos. So I guess that's why they don't do it here. Doesn't make sense to me. They're two different keys. So why can't you put them on the same side of the building? Anyway, yeah. So, I lost track. It's so easy for me to lose track. So, but yeah, but they got straw storage here. Like, that's a big thing. But no potato or beet harvest. Oh, and that's the other thing, too. Well, actually, I think manure and slurry, there are storage places for those, but they're on other people's farms. Oh, and as I was digging through it's not going in the tube. Yeah, really, yeah. Well, what... if you look real close, and I didn't do it, but if you look real close down there, that's actually like... It thinks it's supposed to be falling out the bottom, and it's like using a fan or something, to vacuum it up and take it up into the thing. Of course, the graphics, it just looks like it's dumping it on the ground. No. Absolutely. But it probably wouldn't take much just to go ahead and take that the straw barn and just modify what can go in it and what can go out of it. And when I was out looking at some of the information, why am I here? Wrong map. Want to be on the north one. When I was looking at the XML information, or actually no, when I was looking at the map information, because I took the sample mod map, from 17 and pulled it into the Giants editor. And when I was looking on that, I discovered there really are only 3 places to sell your eggs. And so we have, between Talking Tohi and I, we have found all 3 of those. So, actually, I think she found the first one, yeah. She found the first one in town. And I knew that there was one there, I just didn't know where it was because she had mentioned that, and I wasn't watching at the time. So I knew there was that one. And then I found one out. I knew that there had to be another one someplace, and so I found another one. And then while she was playing a game, I was watching her play a game. I wasn't paying close attention, but she found one. And then when I queried her, as to where that was, it was not the same one that I had found. So then I knew that there was 3 of them at that point, and possibly 4. So, but as it turns out, I was looking at the actual information on the map, and there's only 3 places to sell eggs. So now I know that. And yeah, I was looking at all the different, touch points and all the different bits of information. And so I'm looking at, and that's actually on the Goldcrest map, Goldcrest Valley map right now. And I'm looking at that. Really? Where are you going? Oh, you dropped all 20,000. Boy, that thing drops it fast. It's not like the other harvesters, the wheat and barley, it just takes it forever to drop 8,000. This thing dumps 20,000 just like that. Of course, it takes it forever to pick it up. All right, we'll be back to you in a little bit. And we're picking up hay, picking up straw. So, I'm slowly but surely kind of figuring out a little bit about how the maps work and everything. But I was trying to figure out how to build one like from scratch, Wait a minute. Oh, didn't. Oh, I keep forgetting that when I leave it like that, it's already down. And then when I tell it to go down, I'm actually telling it to go up. Okay. All right. Well, that's whatever. I will get you later. So I've got some ideas, on how I want to make... You love potato harvesters? Yeah, and beet harvesters too. They're pretty slick. But you can't load them up into the tall tippers. But I think they're pretty slick. I agree with you. On Westbridge, I enjoyed playing Westbridge. I had 2 potato harvesters in 15, 2 potato harvesters, 2 beet harvesters, and I get them out there on a single field. What was that? I think it was field number 7, which was a fairly large field. And I'd plant beets. And then I'd start one at one end and one at the other end just to try and get it done sometime, in the next 3 hours. They just take forever to do that. I actually was out and, oh, geez. I know there was a video. I think I may have put it out on Twitter at one point. And it was like 4... These were beet harvesters, though, not potato harvesters. 4 of these big beet harvesters just side by side, one right behind the other. Boom, boom, boom. 4 of them running through the beet field. And when they get to the end, the first one, he would go out like, 4... Like he wouldn't come right back on the next row. He'd go out like there was already 3 guys there and come up there. And the others would come in right beside him. And they'd do it just exactly how he knew exactly how to do that. It's got to be some kind of equipment on the harvester, a GPS or something that's lining that up for them, helping them to line up. Because, I mean, when that 4th one came into line, and he was right there at the edge of where the first one had finished, going this way, I mean, it was right to the edge. There was no overlap or anything as they were doing this. Really a neat-looking picture, a neat-looking video of these guys doing this. So, yeah, they look really slick when you got 4. See, I wish you could do that in here, too, They got to follow me, but you can't, you don't really want them following you. You'd like to be able to stagger them, Make them all work together in a line like that. That would be really slick. You get 4 harvesters out here, just... I can't... If you hire enough people, or, you get enough players in a multiplayer game, you could do that. Did you see that video? Yeah. I know, I loved that. That was so sweet. As a matter of fact, it actually starts out with all 4 of them driving on the road up to the, the last few hundred feet, I guess it is, or whatever, up to the field. Yeah, it's such a slick video. I was just looking at one today. I don't know if you're on... Oh, is he full? Okay. And which way do I have to go? To the road is this way. All right. Yeah, I was just looking at, on Twitter, I follow How Farms Work, which is out of Wisconsin. It's a really nice, really neat site. If you haven't been out to it, you should go out to it and take a look. This guy is Adam something. I can't remember his last name right now. But they have a farm, and so he's consistently putting videos out there on working on equipment, or moving the cows, or like he did some tagging. Whoa! Hey, wow! I held on that pretty good. He was tagging a calf today, I think it was. Oh, you watched their YouTube channel? Maybe that's what it was. Maybe it was YouTube. I think that's what it is. I think you're right. It's a YouTube channel, but I get the information on Twitter. So, like, I got a notice that he posted up the thing, and so it click on it and takes me out to the YouTube channel. That's what it is. All right. So yeah, so he just did a calf tagging, but I didn't really understand it all that much because he tagged both ears with two different numbers. Yeah, here we go again. Yeah, that's what you're talking about right there. See, it's supposed to be sucking in that little blower over there, but yeah, no. Yeah, but he tagged what was it? It was I think it was like the right ear with 51 and the left ear with 52. It's like, why do we have two different numbers on the tags on the same calf? And the mother cow was there too, and she had two different tags as well. So I understand tagging. I don't understand having two different numbers. Is it like so you can tell if they're coming or going? It's not like a ship, where you got, different colored lights for port and starboard. I'm just saying. Need to fix, that. Well, I wonder, actually. Yeah, see, this one doesn't have, it's not like a tipper. You can't choose to, what am I doing here? Wrong, okay. You can't choose to change where it tips, from the side or whatever like that. I don't think that's ever going to get fixed. I think that'll probably always be like that. The only thing that they could change with that is to have it drop out the middle like a V tipper. They have V bottom tippers, kind of like the grain tippers or grain trailers actually that exist out there in real life. Because they'll do grain trailers, then they always look like they have three sections all coming down into a point at the bottom, so that you can take it and run it over or something, and then open it up, and they all funnel down into wherever that is. I think it's interesting that when you look further down the field, it looks like areas that you've already done. Yeah, exactly. At least they have something like regular silos. But, they also have granaries, too, like in Lossburg. That was one of the things that kind of threw talking Tohi there. And she was looking for a place to store, she's looking for the silos. I think she had wheat or something. I can't remember. And I happened to be in the game at the time. I didn't have any sound or anything, but she was doing a multiplayer, so I was in that. And so I got curious, too, because there was no silos. So we started looking around, and she pretty much gave up at one point, but then I finally found them. And it was about that point that Grabby Latouche came in, too. And he also, he verified not only that they existed, but that it was called a granary because he's up from, that northwest country there. I think he's up around. I forget where he's up around. He's one of them Yankees, okay? But, and he verifies, says, yeah, they're called granaries. I knew that we had granaries, but I didn't realize that this had a granary until I found it. So that was kind of interesting. And I would expect that we might have granaries here. So it kind of depends upon where you're from. Some of the Midwest, will have silos like what we're used to. Kind of the, I guess, generalized or I don't know what you would call it exactly. What people most expect to see is a silo. I just had a hard time in 15 when they were calling, the location where we placed, and not really that much, but where you place your chaff and everything in order to ferment. They were calling those silos too, and I'm going like, okay, well, so now when I say silo, which one am I talking about? It's like, I don't know. I got a lot of straw to pick up here, and I know that straw storage is not going to hold all this. I'm going to have to wind up selling some of this. So yeah, so that's a lot of fun. Well, it's nice to know that they're going to be bringing that out. I hardly ever go out and take a look at the forums to see that information. If it's not in the Mod Hub to begin with, or I don't find it, out at one of these mod sites, then I don't know about it. And I'm not one to follow news. I have a hard time just getting prepped for the stream before we get started. Before I get started in a stream, with so many other things I'm dealing with right now, it seems. Okay. Thanks so much for stopping in, Mother and Jar. I really appreciated the conversation. Appreciate the follow as well. And you take care of yourself. And, well, I guess I'll see you on the flip side, too. So if you just stop in or just lurking about, this is Flail Doctor here. I have the cure for what flails you. Yeah, it is stupid, isn't it? I actually call myself Flail Doctor because I have a tendency on a lot of things to flail about. And if you're having some flailing about, I've probably done it. So stop on in. Maybe I can help you out. I'm playing Farming Simulator 17 right now. This is on a multiplayer map. If you're a subscriber or a follower, you are more than welcome to join in the game. There we go. And you can buy whatever you want. You can, if you want to buy another field, you want to plant, plow, sow, which is the same as plant, right? Okay. Harvest, or you want to try out some logging, buy equipment to do some logging. You want to buy some equipment to try out. Whoa, watch it there, buddy. You want to start up a sheep farm, pig farm, cow farm. Whatever you want to do, it's wide open here. Just all you got to do is jump in. And once you jump in, I'll give you money, and you can buy whatever you want to buy. So it's a totally open game here. This game is meant just for this purpose. The only thing you can't do is you can't sell stuff, so I have to sell it. But other than that, it's pretty much wide open. You have to have a PC, and you have to have 17. I'm running every single, well, not quite every single. But if you install all of the mods from Mod Hub, see, no more straw capacity. Now I got to sell it. But that's okay. I knew eventually I would have to sell it. Yep, all you have to do is just jump in. So I'm making some modifications, in-game modifications. And the reason I make in-game modifications is because if I was to make modifications to the map, then it would no longer be playable by anyone else in a multiplayer mode unless you downloaded my updated, upgraded, modified map. And I'm not ready to do that yet. Although I am working on another map. Working on trying to get around to understanding how to create my own map. So I'm getting some understanding by going out and working in the Giants editor. And so I'm starting to get the gist of it. Just mostly I'm just going around and digging around and stuff. I started to port Westbridge over from 15. It came in partially. I got to figure out what some of the problems are there so I can port that in. Because I really would like to be playing a kind of a Westbridge here in 17. I think that would be pretty neat. I know that somebody else has it out there. You don't have to tell me that somebody else has done it out there. I'd like to be able to build it from scratch, though, and I'm trying to find out what it takes to build it from scratch. I'm guessing that I probably have to have, pull it up in Blender or Maya or 3D. But I tried to, the ID3s don't import into Blender, I noticed. So I'm not exactly, or the, what is it, the DDS information either. So I've got to do some more digging to figure out what's required to go out and edit some of that stuff. And another thing that's really kind of interesting too is colors. You know, they have a lot of the equipment now in 17 you can modify with colors. And so I haven't really looked into what that entails. I'm sure that has something to do with maybe some scripting, certainly some editing with maybe XML files or something. So we'll have to take a look and see what's going on with that a little bit later. In the meantime, how's everybody fit for Christmas? Have you done all your shopping yet? What do we got? 17? 6 more days? Really? You know if you're going to be shopping for it? 17 on the outside? I mean 7 days on the outside? I would imagine this weekend would probably be a pretty big weekend for stores, you know, people going out and shopping to get last minute Christmas gifts for family and friends. So tell me, is there anybody out there right now, you know, that's either has just gone out or is thinking about going out, or basically you have not finished your shopping yet. You have not finished your Christmas shopping yet. For those of us here in the States. All right, well, and if not that, anybody got any New Year's resolutions coming up? I don't ever have resolutions. I don't ever have New Year's resolutions. That way they don't get broken. I think I tentatively had a New Year's resolution last year to try and tone up a little bit, do some exercise, you know, lose weight, all that good stuff. Yeah, that never happened. It may not have been a formal resolution, but it was a thought. It was a thought. I'm thinking, hey, maybe I could get fit this year. And after about the third martini, I said, no, it sounds like work. It kind of reminds me of my uncles when I was a lot younger. I can remember them sitting out in the backyard. You know, they lived on about an acre, and go out the back door and sit out there, you know, in the yard, in the lounge chair. They had like a little pond almost, kind of like a pond that had been dug out and was filled up with water, you know, and they'd be sitting there, you know, in the afternoon, late afternoon, drinking a beer, talking, just get to thinking about that pond, you know, and well, you know, we could go out, you know, we could kind of clean that pond up a little bit there, you know, and maybe put in a dock. Oh yeah, we can put a dock in there, you know, maybe put some fish, stock it with some fish would be pretty nice, you know. Maybe we can put some plants around there or something, you know, and kind of plant some trees and make that look real nice, kind of landscape that, and maybe a fountain, you know, we could probably put a fountain in that. And that would look really nice, and we could do this, you know, and they'd be talking about it, you know. Yeah, let me have another beer, you know, and come with all these great ideas on what they were going to do with it, and after a while it'd be like, yeah, well, I don't know, sounds like work. And then nothing ever gets done. So, one of my family mottos. Okay, let's see. We got 50 tons of straw here. Let's see how much 50 tons of straw is going to bring. My goodness, it's a lot of straw. I got some straw from a previous multiplayer game. Yeah, that's not too bad. From a previous that's like, what, at least 3 loads off of this map so far. So over 10,000 just in straw alone. And this is one of the things that needs to change right here. This actually needs to go right back out to the road. Like through here. So I'm going to wind up doing some editing at some point on a different map to fix a lot of that, since fixing it here would preclude multiplayer play. But after I finally get another map up, then maybe I will make it available out there if it works okay. No glitches. We'll test it with some of my followers and see how we get all the glitches out of it. Serpentine, serpentine. That's easy to oversteer. And then maybe try to make it available. See if I can make it available to Mod Hub through Giants. I was reading some things from some people who create mods and maps, talking about how they submit this stuff to Giants, and Giants comes back with, well, there's errors, and they kind of tell them what the errors are, but they don't really give them a whole lot of information on how to fix the errors, and there's not a whole lot of information to begin with on those aspects. Otherwise, those features or aspects or commands or whatever you want to call it. Otherwise, it would have been done already, But the information is not readily available. It's one of the things somebody else was complaining, well, a few people were complaining about in one forum there, having to do with modding, and that is that this is like the only modifiable game where they really kind of keep you in the dark on a lot of stuff on how it can be modified. And I'm sure it's not on purpose, but it could be, but I think it's more likely a lapse of effort. I'm going to say effort because I'm sure they could do it. They can make it available, and I'm sure they probably want to make it available, but there's other things that are going on, updates, upgrades, all the mods that are coming through, that they're trying to make this better, and move forward with the game and not try to stagnate too much. And I understand that. But still, there's a lot of us out here that would like to be doing something and be adding to that capability. And we could even, offload some of that effort. Like, I don't know, a potato and beet silo, which they say they're coming out with, according to Mother in a Jar. I mean, that could have already been out there from somebody else, from some independent, somebody who wants to do this stuff, if they had the information readily available. And I think that's part of the problem. All right, so yakety yak. Well, I think I have to have a little bit of water. I went and filled my water up earlier today because I keep forgetting to have water here. And at this time of year, with the heaters going, it dries out the air in the house. We get a lot of dry air. And especially in the bedroom, there's no place that I can put the bed where the ceiling vents don't blow, the round vents. There's no place I can put the bed that it won't blow right on me. And so with the hot air constantly blowing on me at night, I get a really dry mouth, dry throat. I mean, achingly dry. I wake up and I have to wet my mouth. I feel like an old man. What is it? Carter Pewtersmith, from Family Guy. Gotta wet my lips, get the saliva going. I guess that's an old guy thing, right? So, anyway, yeah. So and then it makes my throat kind of scratchy too. So, I had to make sure. And the last couple of times that I have been streaming, I forget to get the water. And so it kind of dries my throat out, and I wind up getting scratchy or talking scratchy or something, so. Itchy and Scratchy Show. I guess we're really on Family Guy and Simpsons stuff today. Tonight, depending upon where you are, right? Almost, and there we go. Okay. Well, I can probably get the plow started on this now. I think I'm far enough ahead that the plow won't be able to catch up. So let me just go ahead and get that baby started before we go anyplace else here. Ba 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 ba. That's right. Okay. And that's why his guy is over here. And he's about the only tractor I've got right now that can handle this plow. So this is a big plow. And so since I just bought this, I bought this in order to harvest it. Just as I did, this is 20, just as I did 31, which is harvesting the potatoes. That reminds me, I got to go over and see how they're doing. He probably is full right now, and I didn't see the message on that. So, but we can see that 20 and 31 are going to need to be plowed, as well as 15 and 14 as soon as that harvest comes in. So that's what I'm getting ready to get started here. So let's go ahead and hire me up a plow and get this baby plowed. There we go. Okay. And we'll see how he's doing in a little bit. This guy has got to be stopped over here somewhere. I just never saw the message. Too busy talking and picking up straw. So how much does this take? Does it take the full 40,000? Takes 50,000. That's what I thought. Okay. So we're going to leave him here to pick up the next 10,000 out of 20 that will have. And we'll go and sell some more straw. I've got the big tippers, that's for sure. Yeah, well, they were telling us here, you know, this is, I'm in Virginia, and we were supposed to have some icy rain. What do they call it? Ice rain come in last night, and it doesn't, I don't think it did. In between last night and this morning, I don't think any came in. I did not notice that being an issue. I think it's really interesting that you have the ability to sell straw here on the farm, but you have inherently no ability to store straw on the farm. Duh. It'd be so much better if this was like a and let me just harp on that one more time. Potato and beet storage facility. I know, I can't let it go. There's a lot of things that I would change about the map here. But at least it's not a Lossberg map. There's some neat things on the Lossberg map. Like, I really like the granary. If I can export that granary from Lossberg, I would import that onto whatever map I decide to have. Because I think that would be sweet. I think it's sweet. to have a granary and a silo. And the granary then, I think, see, that would be it. The granary. Whoa, serpentine, hang on there, buddy. I'm doing stuff here. So yeah, I'd set up the silo just for grain. And what is this with, like having the pig farms out in Egypt somewhere? I mean, my goodness, pig farms way out there. The cows are way over there, and the sheep's way over there. All right, I understand not having them all just jammed up right here. That's I can get that. But to have them on, entirely opposite ends of the map, I don't know. I'm not too sure about that. If I'm going to be having myself a cattle farm, or I'd like to at least have, the facilities to administrate them relatively close. But I'm not a real farmer either, so, I can't tell you how it's done in the real world without going out onto the internet and looking it up. I'm an internet farmer. I have had exposure, though. I have had exposure. I wish I could remember. I don't have that great a memory of a lot of my childhood. But I do recall when I was very young, and I wish I could remember even who it was. It was like cousins or family or somebody. I can't remember who it was that had a farm, and I can remember going out in the barn there with all the bales of hay, straw actually, bales of straw. I'm pretty sure it was straw and not hay. And rearranging the bales to make a fort. Kind of like you do at home in the city. You pull out the tables and the sheets and the blankets and the pins or whatever, and build yourself a tent-like fort. We were arranging the bales in such a way as to make ourselves a hay fort or a straw fort, which is pretty slick in the barn. And I remember doing that, and I remember the smell of the straw and messing around in that. So. Or, that my dad had when I was a lot younger. And, of course, he and my mother were no longer together. And he had moved on to 600 acres and had a calf. Actually, the calf had been left by the previous owner, apparently, after moving their cattle off the land. They had cattle. So apparently there was a calf that had been left behind, which I found accidentally because my dad also had horses. And so, I was out riding one of the horses out on some of the property by myself, and I came across this calf. And the horse that I had, or a horse that he had, he said it was my horse, but you know how that is, It's your horse, but I'm going to keep it here. So, anyway, yeah, and it was an Appaloosa. Oh, beautiful horse. And I remember, at the time, I remember that I had read something or had some knowledge that Appaloosas are considered to be and easily trainable as cattle ponies. And so when I found this calf out here, I thought, well, this is a neat time. Maybe I could kind of, train this pony to herd cattle. So that's what I started doing, taking the horse out and just herding that calf, this way and that way and this way and that way. And after a few minutes of that, I don't know, maybe 15, maybe 20 minutes of that, I could tell that the calf was getting a little bit tired, and I also seemed to recall something. And, those who are real farmers out there, you guys can tell me if this is true or not. So, but it seems to me that I recall that cattle will run themselves to death. And now that may be only under certain circumstances, like stampeding or something. But I thought, well, I better stop this before I kill this poor little calf, before he dies from exhaustion. And the minute I stopped, then the calf just kind of laid down, just settled down, and wasn't going anywhere, it seemed. And this horse, this Appaloosa, now this Appaloosa had really only ever had me on this horse. My dad had been on the horse prior to that. He was trying to tame the horse, and he got thrown, and so he wound up in the hospital for a couple of days with some, not just bruising, but nothing broken, so that was good, but... And so the only other person that had ever been on this horse was me. And I went over and picked up the calf and took the calf and straddled the calf in front of the saddle that I had there, and the horse did not even flinch. And that's how I got the calf back to the house and the barn, and and I was only about 16, 17, I think, maybe 17 at the time. 16, I'm going to say 16 at the time. So that's how we got him back, and that's how and of course we named the calf Sebastian, right? I mean, like we knew any other names to give a calf. Of course, they say you don't name them because once you name them, then you don't want to eat them. So I don't know. But I don't know whatever became of that calf after that, so... it wasn't too long after that my dad passed away. A tragic incident there, and so all that kind of went away. Excuse me just a second here. But it was fun being out. I loved riding horses. I love horses. Yeah, but it's been a long time since I've been on a horse now. Matter of fact, when I was, I think it was a year, somewhere around that same period, I believe it was after my dad passed away, where I was living, I wound up, some of the people I knew where I lived owned horses. And so I dated a young lady there for a while, and she had a horse, and we used to get on the horse and go out in the boonies someplace, out in the woods, and we'd have a picnic. The whole 9 yards, spread out a blanket or whatever, pull out the sandwiches and the drinks, and just sit in the edge of the woods, by a field or something, and just enjoy the sunlight and the day. And that's really great when you're young like that. You can, you don't really have a whole lot that you have to be responsible for sometimes, depending upon where you are and what your family does. Like I know imagine a lot of young people on farms nowadays, they have to do a lot of pitching in, so it's probably not as simple as that, but you still get some time to go out and enjoy the countryside. And I guess, being in the big city as many years as I have and working in a tech industry, which is what I do for so many years, I really kind of miss that sometimes. So anytime I get an opportunity, to go out and just spend some time out in the wilderness, and I don't mean actually wilderness, but like in the little pasture out here, in the backyard, then where I can just enjoy the sun and the breeze and the cool air, listen to the birds, watch the deer go by, things like that. I just really appreciate it. Just trying to stay ahead of the plow right now. I started at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's about 2:30 Eastern Standard Time right now, so I'm an hour and a half into this. I want to thank Mother Jar for stopping in and having a little conversation. Fire Eagle, I'm sorry, I always want to say Angel, I don't know why. Fire Eagle 21, thanks so much for stopping in for a bit when you did, chatting. It helps to make the day go by a little bit there if I got somebody to talk to. But I got a multiplayer game going here, and I don't. It seems like nobody's jumping in today. So, well, I know it's close to Christmas, and I don't expect there to be a whole lot of traffic here over the next couple weeks because of the holiday season. And I know there's a lot of new releases coming out too. Like Planet Coaster just updated its information, just updated its game with all sorts of holiday stuff. And talking Tohi the other day, she just did some of that. She streamed some of that, so that was pretty neat. They have a new thanks for keeping me in line there, Car. They have a new background or whatever that you can start with. They have an Arctic. So, since they first started now, they had 3. What was it? It was desert, tropical, and something else, and now they're up to 6 scenery locations that you can start your park on. So that's pretty neat. And they added all sorts of Christmassy stuff for decorations and rides and all that good stuff. So buildings, etc. And that just keeps exploding because so many people are building so many different buildings and they added a whole bunch of new types of excuse me a second here. All sorts of, as I understand it, all sorts of new food. What do I say? Not just food places, but a whole bunch of new hats for the hat store. Different types of food locations, buildings that you can add now. So they just added a lot of stuff. Not to mention, what all the everybody out there is creating their own versions of different things. Buildings and rides and all sorts of stuff. So that they're putting out scenes that they're putting out there in the. What did I want to say? Workstation. But out on Steam, so. On a shared space, so you can go out and you can, subscribe to that information and then have that downloaded or available in your game, so you can just drop those in. Those predefined components. Those predefined stores, those predefined, pre-created rides. I have a few of my own that I put out there too. Making, publicly available, so to speak. Well, I had meant to try and catch that first one there, but we'll go with this. Man, I can't remember how many times I have dropped straw off of this plot of land. But it was one of the reasons why I bought this plot of land was to have so much. Now, in my other game, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to build up enough, trying to grow enough right now sunflower, because I had dumped some sunflower and the price went down. And then after that, I took a relatively big load. This is on the train to Maplefield Mill, I think is Mill, which you can only deliver by train. And so I think it was 120 tons of, like 125 tons of canola and about the same amount, I think a little bit more, of soybeans. And so, that depressed the price on those. Prior to that, I had sold quite a bit of canola, but not nearly that much. I think like 60 tons or something like that. And had dropped the price on canola. So right now, the canola prices are coming up. The other prices got depressed a little bit, although they can probably go pretty good. But my goal right now is to fill the train with canola and take it and sell it. But I don't think I can actually sell it all for the same price, the way that it loads and unloads the product. Because there's, the two cars up front on the train. They look like they're open, kind of semi-open cars. They're actually like one car. And so that will hold 60,000 each, or basically it holds 120 tons. And I tested this to see how much they would hold. And then the next one has the wheat symbol on it, and it's got the top that opens up when you get it under the spout. And that'll hold 90 tons. And then the last car has the beet symbol on the side of it, and it is like it's almost like an open tipper car. And it will hold 90 tons. So altogether, that's 300 tons. So what I'm trying to do right now is grow 300 tons of sunflower on those fields, on the fields that I have, and so that I can have 300 tons on the train and take 300 tons of sunflower and go sell it at Maplefield Mill. But because they're basically, they're technically three different cars, so 120,000, 90,000, and 90,000, I don't think I'll be able to sell them all for the same price. But that's what we're going to test out a little bit and make a whole bunch of money on that in my single player game. And mostly the only time I'm playing this stuff is when I'm streaming it anyway right now. Although there have been some other times I've been playing it. And that's partly because I'm trying to figure out right now how I can create a modified map, or create my own map. So once I figure out how to create a map, then I'm going to work on creating various mods for some equipment. I still have an idea for a conveyor belt that I've had since 15, and I'm happy that they put conveyor belts in 17 here, but it's not exactly what I want. So, and that's probably going to be much more complicated than some of the other stuff. So I'll probably be doing a bunch of other things first. Probably by the time I get around to creating it, it will already have been created. But that's all right. Have to take it real easy going around these corners. I mean, barely turn, because that heavy trailer just tries to push the kinetic, what do we call it? Kinetic energy? Tries to continue the the linear movement of the trailer. It was cold out this morning for us. In the 20s, low 20s, so that's pretty cold for here. Especially before January. We've got our Well, I tell you what, if there isn't anybody going to show up here for a multiplayer game in about, let's say the next 20 minutes, then I'm going to go ahead and shut this down and do something else. Gotcha! Oh, look at that. I actually rebounded off of that. You all had to come here right at that minute, didn't you? Ooh, he's going to need some gas before too long. Petrol, fuel. Only holds 146 liters. That plow's doing pretty good though. He's getting her done. I'm going to have to figure out what I'm going to plant on this huge field here. I may just plant something like sunflowers or soy or canola, because those are all going to be really good money crops, and this could actually bring a lot in. Of course, I still hold to the convention that you need almost twice as much acreage to harvest the same tonnage of soy, canola, or sunflower as you would to harvest wheat, barley, or what's the other one? I don't know about corn. We'll just say wheat or barley for right now. So, the elevated price that you get for them isn't really that great, but there's a couple of advantages. If you're harvesting canola, is it canola? No, sunflowers. If you're harvesting sunflowers or corn, the harvester will move at 9 miles an hour. In imperial. If you are harvesting wheat, barley, canola, or soy, the harvester moves at 6 miles an hour. So you can harvest corn or sunflower much faster on a large field. You get a really good value for sunflower for the most part. So it's almost more advantageous, and I haven't really done any testing on this yet. What I need to do is set up a piece of land and just run a strip each. And then see how much, that's what I want to do is on a test piece. Just run a strip each, let it grow, harvest each strip, see how much I get out of that strip. And then from that, we can always calculate how much we're going to make on each one too when we sell it. So one of the things that needs to be tested out as far as what is your farming ability. That's an interesting flashing light over there on that nature sign. I'm going to have to look into that some. Yeah, that's something else that was kind of interesting too. On the Westbridge farm, they have an outdoor movie theater and a campsite. Well, we have a campsite here too, I think. I don't know about a movie theater, though. I don't know about a drive-in theater. I don't think I've seen that here. So yeah, I'm gonna wind up spending a little bit of time. I get a little bit of time, hour here, hour there, to go out and play around with trying to do some modifications. I've done some editing on some mods to get them to do certain things, but mostly just playing around and trying to figure out how to do stuff. So I think there's still a little bit of a learning curve that I have to deal with, and I'm still just trying to figure out how to move around in the Giants editor. Oh, really? I got that right at the very end. That's pretty slick. Well, not really a whole lot been going on this week, so there's not a whole lot for me to talk about. Oh, I thought I was going to miss it. Okay, I got it. I thought I might just get by there on that rebound, but nope, not the case. Come on, let's go. I had thought the other day that I was going to play, that I might play some Sid Meier's Pirates on my stream, and I didn't do that because I couldn't remember where I had left off then with the game. So I've been thinking, and kind of the same thing in some ways with Planet Coaster. You know, I had some problems with that for a while, with it kind of crashing. And it shouldn't. I have all the proper equipment for it. So there's something that, you know, was causing some sort of conflict somewhere. But I have had some problems with a couple of systems. My laptop, for example. Got a low battery signal. Hang on. Has decided that the second drive is no longer going to work. So, oh boy. So, and it was an upgrade too from Windows 7, and I have not been really happy with the way that Windows 10 upgraded because there were some applications that it did not tell me there was going to be issues with, including XP mode that I had installed on Windows 7. So it no longer will access the XP mode that I had there, but it still shows that it's available in, you know, the drop downs and the startup menu, and it's still out on the hard drive. And so there's all that garbage out there that I just cannot get rid of. And there's applications that were installed on Windows 7 too that Windows 10 is not compatible with, but it didn't give any warning, or, I mean, and they're not like something that I picked up, you know, off of some odd app store. They're major applications that that actually are promoted through Microsoft in many ways, and yet there was no warning that these weren't going to work. And so now that installation is out there. There may be services running out there in the background that I have no clue what all the services are. And it's just really, you know, bogging things down. And that's probably the same thing with this one right here. This was an upgrade. And I'll bet you that could be part of the reason why I'm having some crashes in Planet Coaster. So what I am not looking forward to, because I have some major applications on these things, is reinstalling these things from scratch. And it's even the laptop that I have. I was going to create. Now I did create a recovery disk for it after I did the upgrade. So I have a recovery for it, but it's done some really strange things. It created it. You know, I don't know what you know about Windows, but Windows 10 creates a recovery partition when you do an installation or do a recovery. I'm not sure when that shows up, but it's about 450 megabytes. Well, not only does this have a 450 on the laptop, not only does it have a 400, but it created another one that's about 760. So it had to actually pull that space from somewhere, because it did not exist as a free partition prior to that as an unallocated space or anything. So it actually had to take modify the partition, and this is after it was installed. This was after it was upgraded that seemed to show up. So it had to go out and it had to modify the partition that the drive was using to reduce its size so that then it could go out and create, I mean, that's the only thing I can think of, so that then it could go out and create this other 700 and some odd megabyte partition. So now I have 2 healthy recovery partitions, it tells me, when I should really only have 1. The E drive doesn't work anymore. It's like totally crashed. I don't know if the drive itself is just bad now, because it's telling me it's raw. For a long time, it wouldn't see it. Number of reboots, it wouldn't see it at all. Now it sees it, but it sees it as raw data. So something is corrupted there. And I can't delete the partitions, reformat it, or anything. So it probably is a dead drive at this point. So I'm going to have to rebuild that. And that has also XP mode on it. And so there's a lot of stuff on there. Also had Perfect Disk, which is a defragmentation, a major company defragmentation tool. Whoa! Oh, cool. Little wide there. Little wide there, Flail. So I'm just not looking forward to, it only takes like what, in theory, back in the day, it only takes 30 minutes to install the operating system, supposedly, or an hour to install the operating system. And then it'd take like 2 or 3 days to fix it. To install all the applications, to recover all your data, to configure everything, to figure out what little problems are being caused because of hardware or software or drivers or something that you don't have anymore. So, yeah, looking forward to that on a laptop. Laptops are the toughest then for that. Driver issues. And then my desktop here, which probably needs to be wiped and cleaned. And so there goes my summer vacation. And I'm going to have to do it sometime soon because I'm really worried about some of these things. Okay. So finally got that all cleaned up. That's great. So I'm going to go ahead and park this trailer over here with the other trailer. And figure out what it is I'm going to plant over there on 20. But I want it to be sunflower, and I think the only thing that will plant sunflower right now is this guy. Going to be that way, huh? Okay. What's the exact? And let's see. And that's the sunflower. All right. So, head them up, move them out, rawhide. So the one thing I got to figure out how to do on map creation then is how to remove certain areas and add certain areas back in, like, removing roads and adding roads. So I just finally started looking at that, and I see entire huge road sections, which is really neat. So I'll be able to, start playing around with some of that, I think. See what I can do about breaking some of that apart or making road sections. So what we got here? Close enough? Okay, I think so. So we're just building one great big, so let me just check here real quick and see what we got on. Well, I forgot I got so much sunflower and everything here anyway. We've got Maplefield Mill. Well, I ought to just go and sell some of this stuff just to get rid of it. Maplefield Mill for both 100,000 each here. But I know what I've got elsewhere. So let me just go ahead. So it doesn't really make any difference what I'm doing here, except maybe corn, right? What do we have in corn? No corn. Ooh. I'm going to do corn. I'm going to do a huge field of corn. And go. All right, so while that's going, not yet? Okay. I didn't think so. I just wanted to check. And we'll go ahead and get the harvester back home. Kind of clean things up a little bit here. Well, maybe I'll just go out and start up a sheep farm. Or a cattle farm. Oh, or a pig farm. I played with sheep a little bit in 15, and I played with cattle a little bit in 15. But I have yet to have any pigs. So maybe that's the thing to do. I do like the fact that it actually knocks it over and doesn't just jam up against it, you know? I mean, at least it gives it some kind of realism. Well, that was a sneeze. Oh, again? Forgot all about him again, didn't I? Yeah, it keeps happening. It doesn't take him long to just get stopped, does it? And this is potatoes. Well, you know, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to hang on to some potatoes here. Oh, really? 45? I thought you held 50. Okay. I want to try something here because I don't know if this will fit or not, but we're going to try this. I want to see if that harvester can load this tipper. I don't think it can. I think the tipper's too tall. But we're going to find out. You see that? I just barely even turned. And I tried to correct before he started getting out of hand, but it just wouldn't do it. "51 miles an hour. We can zip here. We are moving." Oh, we can. Cool. I didn't think it would fit up under here. All right, well, we'll just leave you over here then. And we're going to take you back and figure out a place just to dump a whole bunch of taters. I think I know where I want to dump them right now. I got a shed that I want to dump these into. Have to be real gentle with the steering on these things, especially when they're going downhill being pushed by a heavy tipper. Yeah, one of the things I'm going to try to do is take that hay storage. Oh, you know what? I bet you I could take one of those silos and make a slight modification for it to hold potatoes and beets. And then place those. Of course, I'll do that on my own map, not the multiplayer map here, but that ought to be pretty easy, actually. The only place is you got to have a drop-off point for them. Well, I wanted to put it in that silo right there. It's got that fertilizer in it. I think I'll try to do that anyway, though. I'll move the fertilizer out later on. So let me make sure that this is going to, let's see, left side. Maybe I could tip it out the left side there. You cannot change the way that this one tips. Oh, okay, that's because it doesn't tip, basically. Yeah. I was just curious whether or not it was going to push it out, show it going out the back end or not of the fixture there. So that's pretty slick. All right. That's the one thing you got to do, though, is you got to reset it. I did that once before, dropped stuff off, and then wound up driving it around for the longest time with the back tailgate open, not realizing. Stop it. Okay, let's see if I can remember what we're doing here. Let's see. This one does what? Nothing. Oh, there we go. Okay, so yeah. Okay, and this one. There it is. Okay. Guess I really don't need to do it that far. I just want to get it. It's really kind of screwy here because backward is forward and forward is backward when you're moving it. Wrong way. I want to go. See, for me, that's supposed to be forward, but it's not. It's actually backward. So that's kind of annoying. Oh, we get out on this side. Okay. You never do get to choose which side you're getting out on. That's backwards. And that's forwards. You can see the wheel spinning. It won't go anywhere right now. I guess I gotta drive it this way right now. And this is backwards. It's like, really? Where's the rest of that? Okay, over here. Okay. picking up all of this. Look how far that is away from that with picking that up. That's so good. So cool. It has such a big trigger area. Okay. Oh, Mother and Jara. Hey, how you doing? Guess what? Oh, they added Lostburg on Xbox. That's great. All right. And PS4. So, I was wondering if they were going to add those maps onto there anytime soon, or how you got those onto Xbox and PS4. So that's great. Glad to hear it. Well, now you get to go out and you get to jam everything up on Lostburg. Have you watched Talkin' Tohi? I know you go out and you watch her from time to time. Have you watched her doing Lostburg? The other way. Let's see. We're going to go the other way. And PS4. That's pretty good. Let's put that down. Let's get out of here. I got some other work for you to do here. Okay, yeah, a little. Okay. If you have any questions, either Talkin' Tohi or me, or I don't know who else you're following out there, but for example, trying to find where to drop off your wheat and barley and stuff like that. I don't know if you know where that is. It's not a regular silo like what you're used to. It's actually a granary. So, and the only way you can get the fertilizer and seed packets out of the barn that they're in is you really need to have a skid steer, because you can't open the doors enough to get the other stuff out. And so you got to have a really small turning radius with a skid steer and a forklift. And that was short-sighted, because if they had fixed that barn or whatever it is where the stuff is, it's got a sliding door, right? So you slide the door open, you can get to one or the other. I can't remember. I think it's the fertilizer, but not the seed, or it's the seed and not the fertilizer. I'm not sure. But over to the right-hand side, when you look in there, there's the other. So whatever you see here, fertilizer, then it's seed over there. If it's seed here, it's fertilizer over there. But you can't take the door and move it this way to get into that, because that's a wall. You actually have to take a skid steer, get those out of there first, and then get that in there and grab those others and pull it out. It's like, come on, that is just stupid. Unless, now, what would be neat is if they... Oh, you got Chillington too? No, you didn't tell me. Oh, because that's newer than Lostburg too. Did you get it at the same time just now? Oh, you got it before Lostburg, really? Oh. That to me is strange, because Lostburg came out first, and then Chillington came out. That's pretty interesting. I wonder if they just had a lot more that they had to do to port that or something. Where am I? I want to be... Okay. Over here. Watch it there, buddy. So, no, I didn't know that. I had no idea. Really? Isn't that where I'm supposed to attach him to? Maybe not. And they got Chillington version 2 before Lostburg. Who's they? And they got PS2 and Xbox. Got Chillington before Lostburg. Yeah, I know. It's kind of funny. It's weird. Well, I don't think he can pull this. Okay. Well, it's nice the truck could, but... So I need a tractor, and they're all kind of busy. He's not really busy. Where's he at? At 15? I can let him go. Yeah, that seems a little weird, but I'm wondering if there wasn't, some other things that needed to be... it was a little bit harder to port what was in Lostburg, because Lostburg is so different from... Well, I haven't really looked at Chillington yet. So have you been out to Chillington? Since you got that before already. I was wondering, have you been out to it yet? Because I haven't looked at it. I keep thinking I'm going to do it, but I don't want to do it as kind of like a... I'm going to try to put this right in here. Oh, look, it's already loading up with potatoes. It's not even near that close to the bin. Isn't that something? All right, let's just drop that down and move out of the way here. Got a lot to start, but only one tractor. Is that in Shellington? Because I think Shellington was supposed to be pretty much... supposed to be mostly dairy, isn't it? Is that the one? I may be thinking of another one that's a download that I was looking at one point, but yeah, in Shellington you get a lot, but only one tractor to start with. So you have played it a little bit. Okay, what's the problem here, buddy? There we go. Give me them taters. Give me that, give me that, give me that. Boy, that is pretty tall, though. Look at that. It didn't seem like that was a problem before, that it was so close before. I guess I'm a little too close. Wow. Man, it just drops off 20K so fast. I wish the other harvesters would do that. All right, and we're going to move you over there and get the rest of, what do we got here? Potatoes. That I was testing to see if it would show up in my inventory, but it doesn't show up. No matter where I put them, they don't show up. Alrighty. Well, hey, I'm glad you're back. Did you get something to eat already? Yeah, I think you're right. I was looking at that. I looked at the information briefly, but I haven't even opened up the map on that. And like I say, oh man. Uh-oh. My wife is making a kind of a berry, I can smell it, she's cooking it right now, a berry cobbler that I love. I think I'm ready for Christmas dinner, that's what I think. All right, let's see if we can, okay, we can do that and move that up just a little bit more. That ought to be enough to get that in the wagon. Let's get out of here and walk around and get over here. So, Really? Did you watch Talkin' Tohi play that? Because I thought it would be interesting to be in Lossburg, but man, I was really annoyed with the way it worked out. Like, what was it? I think it was field, I can't remember the name of the field. I want to say field 17, but I don't think that's right. But, some of the fields are not exactly. Oh, you didn't? Okay. You're going to stream Lossburg, but you didn't stream Shellington. Okay. Well, that's fine. That's fine. Just give me a thing. Yeah, whatever. I've been getting messages on my phone lately telling me that certain apps have stopped. Like this says dual clock stopped. There's people put, I tell you, I get these messages on my phone from I don't know who, and I'm sure that that's just somebody trying to scam me or something. They keep putting links up and stuff. It's like, get off my phone. Okay, now why are we not steering? Oh, well, maybe because first I need to quit dragging that. I had that problem once before with steering, and I couldn't figure out what the problem was. And I think I just figured it out. Okay, so we're already loaded up with potatoes. Oh, okay. Let me do that. Let me write that down because if I don't write it down, I'll forget it. Yeah, I'd like to. I know I've seen your name before. I think I've seen your name on Talking Tohi's with that or somewhere. Yeah, I'd like to check it out. So let me write that down. I'm pretty sure I've seen that name somewhere else before. So, all right. Let's see if we can see now. That is backwards. So I've got to drive backwards. There we go. A little too far. Wouldn't stop. There we go. Oh, just not quite far enough, huh? So I'm going to be all the way back here. Okay. Well, I will reposition, and we'll get all that in there. Yeah, definitely. I'm going to check you out, check your stream out. So that's on Twitch or YouTube. Oh, okay. Is all right. Well, thanks for stopping in. Yeah, on Twitch. Okay, all right. So yeah, I'll look. I hope you have some videos out there. I'll come out and take a look at your videos. Do you have anything on YouTube? So you should have some videos that are still out there. I would think. Stop it. Keeps wanting to roll forward. Okay. So I'll take a look at that too. Well, thanks for stopping in. Go ahead and enjoy yourself streaming on Mossberg. I know you're kind of anxious to do that. So, but it's really good talking to you as well. And I'm going to check out your stream stuff out there and see if I can see any of your anything else that you streamed in the last 2 weeks, because they only hold stuff for like 2 weeks, right? So, all right. Thanks, Mother and Jar. See you later. Have fun. I wish we could play multiplayer. Oh well, life in a big city, right? Yeah, I'll be real interested to see what you've got out there. So, always interested in kind of expanding my horizons a little bit, so to speak. These are really odd. Let's see. I want to go that way. Okay, but I want to go. Nope. Very interesting. Okay. That should be good for that. All I got to do is set this guy up now. In theory. You gotta see which way this wheel is going here. This way or this way? And that should be just right for you. Okay, let's get out of there. Don't move. Stay right there. Okay. Now, we'll try to set this guy up here, forward and backwards. I wonder if he'll load it right in the middle of the... No, it's got to load on the end piece, doesn't it? Okay. Well, yeah, worth checking it out, right? Worth giving it a try. Got to get out of this thing because it keeps getting stuck there. There we go. Won't let me turn. Oh, turn the wrong way, that's why. I never can get that right. Left. Never can get that left. I mean right. Know what I'm talking about there, Vern? Man, this is tough when it goes backwards. What'd you just do with all that? Did you just dump all that something, or what's going on there? Okay. Oh, wrong way again. Gotta remember, left is right and right is left. Jeez. Whew. Okay, now we're kind of working here. Got something going. Was a pain in the patootie there, huh? Once we figure that out a little bit, though, I'll be able to maneuver a little bit more in here. It's really nice, though, that it has that nice, big, wide area. Trigger area there to pick up all that. Well, we got a lot. And I got to get all that straw out of there too. So that was actually dropped off by somebody else in a multiplayer game because we didn't have really any place else to put it at the time. Just loading that baby up, huh? It takes a little while. It almost looks, sometimes almost looks like it's not really moving anything. But you can see it coming down little bit by little bit back there. Well, it does take it a while for this little guy to get this done, doesn't it? So it's nice to go ahead and be able to dump this over here at one point. I guess I'm going to run into the same problem when I go to unload it from the other bin. I'm going to try and put all this over in the same bin so we don't have to worry about that stuff. I'm pretty sure I don't even have to be here for this. So let's see what else we got going on here. Wow, I think that's catching up to the plow. So let me let him get himself centered, and then I'm going to hold him up for a while, let that plow finish what he's doing. Okay, so we're going to hold him up for a while and let the plow finish. We know what he's doing. He's waiting on that. They're doing nothing. And it looks like I missed the potato harvester being totally loaded again. And I'm going to have me a lot of potatoes someplace. Ooh, this actually holds 60,000, really? I thought this... I've got to be going nuts somewhere. Because I thought this one held 50, and I thought the other one held 50. And apparently this one holds 60, and the other one holds, what, 40 or something. I don't know. 45. That's what it was, it's 45. Where was I getting 50 from? From the straw. Okay, this is going to hurt. It already hurts. Did you see I barely even put anything on that? It just pushes it right down the hill. Now this has the ability to tip to various sides or to the back. So tip side, let's say it's the grain door. Oh, it's only got two, the grain door or the back. Man. These tractors, these tractor trailers, tractor trucks are just not strong enough. To be able to manage the load for these tipper trailers. What I probably need to do is go ahead and buy that big Peterbilt. But it's so tall. I had a problem with that here, getting it under the, at the train station and everything. Let's see. At the various loading stations, getting it to pull up under the loading areas, or into the dropping areas, because it's so tall. All right, let's go ahead and drop it here. So I've got over 100 tons of potatoes here. And so I think that'll be really good for starting up a pig farm. I think you can feed potatoes to the pigs. As part of their food source. But I'll have to go out and look at help and see what we can do with that. I think a pig farm would probably be pretty good right here. Okay. Done. Oh, wait a minute. Not done. Why did you stop? Really? There's still potatoes in there? You know what? I'm just going to go ahead and go and come back later and try and figure out what that's about. Maybe I was too far back and I need to pull up a little bit. Maybe there's a space limit or something there. Alrighty. Let's see if we can do this within the cab without dying. Not too shabby. What does that mean, camera sensitivity, I wonder? Adjust the camera turning speed. Oh, I see. Okay. I thought the opportunity for me to see, field of vision was here. I guess it's before I actually start the game. You got to be out there before you start the game. Well, let's see. Let me just do this while I'm here real quick. They accept a large array of food, namely corn, wheat, barley, canola, sunflower, soybeans, potatoes, and sugar beets. Well, that's good. So I got a lot of potatoes for them, and I'm growing, and I'm actually plowing that huge field of corn, so that'll be good for them too. Oh, no standing in the middle of the road here, buddy. Oh, yeah. Passed that right by, didn't we? All right. Well, we've been having some fun here, harvesting these two huge fields. And I'm about ready to go and sell a huge amount. We just turning around up here. Trying to turn around on that rocky ground. Look at him. He's pretty much just about caught on the rocks there. I think he's caught. He's trying real hard. Look at that. Look at that. He's trying real. I think he stuck himself. Yeah, blocked by an object. Yeah. Well, talk about timing, huh? Timing is everything. All right. Well, I guess I got to get out and help him. Let's see. All right. So, let's do this. No help? All right, hang on. Let's see if I can get a little run at it. Okay, try it again. I may be jamming them up even more because I think what's holding them up is that front piece up there. Let's do this. Let's unload. Now we can get some. We really don't have any power here for this guy. Anyway, watch. I'm gonna get this guy stuck too. I think I did. I got this truck stuck too. Oh no, I didn't. Okay, all right, good. He still had enough there to back up. Whoa. Turn radius is something else here, buddy. We're going to get you up there. Hang on. I'll just keep ramming him until he moves. Move. 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 All right, now I think you're just being difficult. So, get out of there. If you don't know how to drive the doggone thing, get out of there. Oh, it wasn't hired anymore. Okay. I thought, no wonder he wasn't moving. The hire had quit. You. I guess he was blocked long enough. I think if they're blocked long enough, they just decide to quit. So, but I thought he was still in it. That's why aren't you moving? Oh wow! So he's full of potatoes right now. So now we can try to see if that was part of the problem here. Is that there's I got lots of taters there. Alrighty. So that's another 45,000. So that's got to be 150 tons of potatoes now. I tell you, them pigs are going to be eating sweet once I get them in there. So now they think they're done, but I know they're not. So it's just I got to move that platform over here some more. But at least it's cleared a lot of that out, so I might be able to move it a little bit easier. Let's see. So that's backwards. That's forward. And there we go. And let that go for a while until that fills it up again or gets pretty close. You're waiting for the plow to finish what it's doing. And here we can go ahead. Yeah, see, he's coming up on the hill again there on that rock. So definitely not a good way. See, if it's not here, then it winds up being the house over there. So stop it. And after I said so many good things about, the AI for the helpers. Ooh, just a little bit too close there. Left them up on a hill like that. Pretty strange. Come on, get in there. There we go. Alright, it needs to be straightened out there, doesn't it? Alrighty. Give him the opportunity so he has some room to kind of turn around there. Now, what else are we doing here? So there's the plow. Oh yeah. And for some reason, you're not completing. So why not? Almost looks like something moved there. So let's see. First off, you should complete. So why are we not completing? Let's do this. I know you're not full, so you shouldn't be leaving anything on the... Yeah, that's kind of strange. Alright, well, I'm just going to let that go for right now, because the important part is this part right here. And that's... getting this guy pointed in the right direction in order to pick up the rest of this. That's interesting, because that should be fine right like that. So there's something else going on here. Whoa. Oh, you can actually hire a worker for that. Really? And what's the worker going to do? Because this I got to see. Not a whole lot. Why? I have no idea what this change angle does. Because it has nothing to do with that. But something is weird going on there. Okay, well, let's see if I go and empty that first, if that'll fix that. And he's done. I guess let me get some of these guys out of here first. Out of the way. I wonder if he was hired, if I could unload while I'm driving, so it would just like run a line. Very interesting. Because it actually filled it up before, so I don't know what's going on with that right now. It could just be that there's some sort of graphic remnant there. Because I noticed a little earlier it kind of, messed that up. Just suddenly changed all of a sudden into this kind of granulated thing. All right, well, I got 4 p.m. here this time, so running 1 to 5, so we're like 3 hours into this 4-hour tour. See how much potatoes they're actually going to let me drop in here. Of course, I can drop them just about any place, so I don't think it's a big difference. There we go. Okay. I'm just kind of curious as to why it wouldn't load any more potatoes into this trailer here. So I thought maybe if I unloaded those, that maybe it would let me load some more. Or maybe I can figure out why it's not loading any. Yeah, isn't that weird? That's just weird. Because it wasn't even full. But it seemed to think that it needed to stop for whatever reason. Okay. Alright, so now we can get this guy. Let's see, so if we go forward to the right, that's, oh, wrong way. See, now if I was sitting on that. Oh, because I get my right and my left mixed up, that's why. Especially when you're going backwards. Hmm. I guess I'm just going to have to do this a little bit easier than me trying to reposition everything right now. And I'll have to figure out how to better manage this later on, especially with the straw. But that should clean out all the potatoes out of here, so that's good. Okay. So I'll be coming back to work the straw to get the straw out of there. And I'll be selling that because my straw barn is full. Whoa, boy. Well, I'll tell you, when I'm done with this stream, I am going to be ready to eat something nice and juicy. And I can smell my wife cooking stuff down there. So I know that I'm just going to wind up pigging out. All right. And we can go ahead and start him back up because I'm sure that plow is pretty close to the end, if not at the end. And that ought to give me time to go ahead and take these potatoes and drop these potatoes off. Although actually, if that plow's done, I could get him started over here. So that's probably the thing to do. And he is just about done. I'm going to ride him to the end here. So it's a beautiful, cold Saturday. This is a multiplayer game. If you're out there just lurking about right now, both followers and subscribers are invited. No, he's not. You just panicked, that's all. Got that sign, all right. I actually thought that was the entrance up into 31 here, so it's actually over here. Okay. A little too far, whatever direction that is, east. There we go, so we can get you started plowing this part. I barely touched the pedal. It's been very, very sensitive lately. Well, kind of off and on. Like, you know, I'll touch the pedal and it hardly move. I'll touch the pedal, it hardly move, and I'll touch the pedal and it zip. So, don't know what's going on with that, but, you know, this is old equipment. So yeah, it's really, really, really old equipment. I sure would like to have some new equipment. You know, hint, hint, nudge, nudge. Know what I mean? It's almost Christmas. All right, he looks like he's going to be okay there. He's not going to try to die or stop or go on a coffee break anytime soon. We're doing good with corn there. We don't have anything going on with this guy right now. I'm not sure what to do with him or him. But he's got to bring the taters in. So I actually have 4 tractors now. It used to be I kept saying, I only have 3 tractors. I need another tractor. And now it's like, well, actually I don't have 4 tractors. It's a semi-truck. So No, I'm pretty sure I do have 4 tractors. I got 2 working this field. Well, I had 2 working this field over here. And I got the green one and the black one over there. So I got 4 tractors and this tractor-trailer combination here. Semi-tractor trailer. That's almost too much now for one person to handle. So come on down. And I'll be real happy when they get that potato and beet harvester storage silos out on Mod Hub there, so I can start storing this stuff. Of course, that doesn't mean I can't store it, other places. I just can't store it on my farm. But I could take it and store it over on the at the train station. Whoa, really? Okay. I tell you, I don't know how much I have there, but I'm pretty sure it's over 200. See, it didn't let it all out. Let's see if I move forward just a little bit, if it'll let me. Yeah, okay. So very interesting. And this one I don't have to close back up like the other one. All right, washy. And I think since I'm doing corn on that other lot, so much corn on that other lot, I'll have to figure out what I'm going to do here. But I don't think I want to do wheat, barley, or potatoes or beets. I got more potatoes than I'm going to use for a long time now. I'm pretty sure about that. Whoa, man, we hit 17 miles an hour. Look at that. Maximum speed 16. I'm doing 17. Woohoo! We are overdrive. Maximum overthrusters. It is such a difference. You're driving around these things like the trucks do, going 50, 60 miles an hour, and then you get in this thing's going like 14, 16. That's when we turn on the music. Because we got nothing else to do but now listen to music while we're driving back to the farm. Oh boy. Well, I bet Mother and Jar is gonna be having some fun there. Now they got Lossberg up and running on that, on the PS4 and the Xbox. So got both Chellington and Lossberg. Hey Keegan, how you doing? Oh no, seriously. I thought we were kind of joking about that a little bit. I know that there was that possibility, but seriously, you got frostbite, man? Doggone. On the fingers, hands, right? I know it was cold out there. Oh, thanks for the hosting. Appreciate that. Really. Doggone it, man. You need to take care of yourself. Toes. They got those electric sock warmers too. They don't cost that much. You can order them on the internet, man. What kind of boots? What kind of shoes do you have? Because I have some of those steel-toed workman's boots. You did some construction work for a while there. Those can stay pretty warm, and you can put a couple of pairs of socks on that. Of course, I know you're out there in you're out there in the. They actually call it the frozen north, don't they? It's like being in northern Alaska. I had some jobs. Did some contracting here, a couple years back, and I wound up contracting out to Alaska too. But I would not go to Alaska in the winter. The summer was close enough. Wasn't actually even really summer. It was getting close to winter. But I will not go there in the winter. 4 pairs of socks. Wow, wow. Steel toe cowboy boots. Yeah. Well, you need to have the steel toes. That's for sure. So that's what I have for construction boots: is steel toes, lace ups. Come up to the and cover the ankle too, so you're not likely to break your ankle too easily. Man, oh man. So what did they have to say? So is everything going to be better now, or what? Or did you totally kill the nerves in your toes now? Yep. Yeah, I have that problem with my feet too, so they perspire. And that's why I have to wear socks with a lot of stuff, because otherwise, it just is not very comfortable. And even in bed at night, even if it's freezing in the house and technically under the covers, just, yeah, cold, clammy, wet, not very pleasant to begin with. Oh man, no, that's terrible. I feel for you on that. I had damage done to my left leg, and they tore the nerve out from about halfway between the knee and the ankle all the way down around the ankle. So that's on my left foot. So most of my feeling is gone. But they say, that I have 20% of people have an auxiliary nerve. So you've got the nerve that goes down the inside of your leg that cuts along the ankle there like that, and up to towards your big toe. Yeah, better than no feeling at all. You're absolutely right. Yeah, and I have that auxiliary nerve it goes on the left-hand side of the left foot, and it tries to, take over that a little bit. In the left arm or leg, what did you do there? Is that from the frost? That's not from the frostbite, right? Yeah, and no money for the warming socks. Those things aren't that much, man. You should be able to get that, right? Put that on your wish list, Christmas wish list. Oh, football. Oh, well, you're just not doing all that well, are you? Football did your leg? That's what did my leg, actually, football. Broke it in 5 places, and that's where and then they stripped out the nerve. The doctor stripped out the nerve on that. And as a matter of fact, I was just at the VA the other day, because this happened while I was in the service. And so I was just at VA the other day, and they did an MRI. So, I mean, I've had CAT scans and X-rays and all sorts of stuff, and I just found out from the X-rays, when I was talking to the doctor the other day, they set me up for the MRI, I just found out that I had pins, that I had staples where they stapled the tendons to my bones in my foot. I didn't even know that was there. So, yeah, only 15, but feel like you're 80? Well, I can identify. Man. Yeah. And it doesn't go away. You know, the best you can do is try to ease it a little bit, but over the years, it'll flare up a wee bit on you. I'm sorry to hear that, Keegan. You know, I know we had talked about that. Just, you know, if there's some way you can pace yourself on that, go out for a while and come back in, you know, and warm up first. I guess you can say that. Yeah, working your life away. Man, it better be worth it. You better be making some money and putting that away so that you can retire, you know, like when you're 30. Because that's when you're going to feel like you're 100. Man, did you want to jump in? It's still multiplayer. I got about 45 minutes I'm planning on going yet. I'm just goofing. Guess we'll run him over, and I'll try and pick up that straw. Oh, okay. Gold Rush? Oh, okay. Alrighty. Well, cool. Yeah, you relax, man. Try and get some rest. And, geez, I feel really bad for you on that because I know that can be. That is not. That is not good. Selling cows and grain. So how many cows do you have? Do you have a lot of cows? Well, that's, yeah, I'm not surprised. And you still have to go out and feed the cows, though, right? In the meantime. Which reminds me, did you bring them all into the barn? Bring all the cows and the calves into the barn? Because I know you had been talking about that. Oh, I know what I'm doing. I keep thinking I'm going to tab myself into that, but I'm not going to because you don't tab into those, which is interesting. You can drive them, but you can't tab them. Woo, man, I am booking at 3 miles an hour. Woo, 150 a year. The heifers are just outside the feedlot. Okay, all righty. 150 a year. So that's a 10% turnover. Look at the tractor. Look at the tractor. Look at that. That's something. What's the matter, man? He's excited. We're gonna get some straw. Gotta get some straw, man. Stupid. I can't tell if that's far enough over there or not, so I want to say that is. Why is that? Why is it not doing good? Is it just beef is down? Is it the price of beef is down? Oh, okay. Well. Hmm. Wow, look at that. It's already picking up the straw for this, so that's pretty good. Yeah, I was just trying to figure out. I have no idea, what a head of beef would sell for. But 150, that can't be a whole lot. Okay, so what's our problem here now? Hmm. Yeah, that can't be 150 a year, and I can't imagine that it sells, for that much, especially with all the upkeep and everything for the rest of 1500. I'm not sure I fully understand, dear, but yeah, help you out on the farm, and you got one cow for about 60-ish, and normally it's 80. Hey, Yuma Gaming, I'm doing pretty good. How are you doing? Nice to see you. All right. We're just talking about farms and cattle and stuff, and so what's 150 times 60? Well, 15 times 6 would be what? Isn't that 75? Yeah. So about 7,500. Is that right? Yeah. For 150 this year. Yeah. So which is like practically nothing. For a year's income for a lot of people. So I mean that's not even median income for on the average in the U.S. I think, right? I don't know what the median is, but I'm pretty sure it's about 2 to 3 times that. Yuma Gaming, what's going on? Are you playing? You just popping in, watching? What's the big news? I was beginning to think I was going to be here all by myself all day. I had a couple of people stop in, so that was nice. Let's see. We're going to back up. Nope, we're going to go forward. There we go. So, did we get it? Yeah. Got her going. All right. Yeah, and you can't just really hold on to the cattle, past a certain period or point, or especially, if you got to have a little bit of money coming in, you can't just sit on it. Oh yeah, absolutely. No, absolutely. I know you would. I'm sorry that you had to, uh, you know, have to deal with that, man. Aside from the other things you're already dealing with in that case, that's just. I got words for it, but I'm not going to say it since I'm streaming. Just relaxing. All right. Well, that's good. Well, it's a Saturday, so it's good to just spend some time relaxing. That's what I'm doing, but I'm getting hungry. And I hear my wife around the corner there, and I'm hoping she's hearing this. I know I'm messing with her. So yeah, just this is a multiplayer farm here that I popped out today for everybody to play, or anybody to play for that matter. And but hardly anybody's shown up to play multiplayer today. So, and I was actually going to quit it a little while ago. Pizza. Oh, that's actually what I ought to do is order some pizza. How long am I on? Well, normally it's 1 to 5 p.m. is my time, and right now it's about 4:30. So I got another half an hour that I was planning on being here. So yeah, pizza. I've been thinking about pizza actually for the last couple of days too. So I've been holding off on it, trying not to spend the money. So, oh, time for some water here. Yeah, so what's your favorite pizza? Keegan, what's your favorite pizza? What about Yuma? Did you want to jump in? You know, we can jump in for a while. I can even go a little bit longer if you want to jump in and play around. I get totally open, give you all the money you want, and you can run around and do whatever you want to. So, can't order pizza in one of the smallest towns in South Dakota. I always forget where everybody's from. I just don't have a real good memory on that. But yeah, I remember talking about South Dakota before. They don't deliver pepperoni or meat lovers. Ooh. Oh, you don't have the game? Okay. Sorry about that. I keep forgetting. You know, somebody else popped on earlier, too. They don't have the game either. Actually, you probably remember Fire Eagle 21, Yuma Gaming, from the same area. Oh, okay. The 15. Okay. Oh, well, I don't blame you either. Yep. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I don't blame you either, man. I don't like to buy new games right away. And this was one of the exceptions. I don't normally do this. Okay, let me get back on. Nope, not that one. I don't normally buy them until they've been out for about, 5 years or something. It's also one of the reasons why I claim that I don't. I didn't have to hardly move him at all, did I? Why I don't buy an Xbox or a PS4 or anything like that, because we got to really back up for him now, don't we? So I think we're going to have to do some adjustment on the other guy. Let's back him up. Okay, I'll see you in just a bit. All right. Yeah. Pre-ordered the new Farm Sim games because well, are you getting what is it? What's that other one? Cattle and something? Something and cattle? I haven't really looked into it. I've heard about it, but I haven't really looked into it at all. All right, see you after a while, Yuma Gaming. Or as we say here in the South, after a while, crocodile. I can't remember what that is. Cattle and something, but I think you were looking at that too, Keegan. But I haven't really looked into it in any detail. I've just heard about it. A couple of people have talked about it a little bit. And I've seen it also pop up on my on Twitter. I think along with some of the other stuff there. Let's see, forward is this way. Oh, you're not helping Mod Hub take giants out of business? Was it cattle and crops or something like that, I think? But is that by Mod Hub? Is Mod Hub involved with that? Because Mod Hub right now is helping... is with this. Because Giants and Mod Hub are working together, and that's where we're getting our updates, is through Mod Hub. Matter of fact, Mod Hub didn't have hardly anything on it before 17. Because I remember going out there, thinking I would get something from Mod Hub, and got nothing. Oh, really? And you're still not far enough back? You're beginning to annoy me there. Oh, okay. So it's kind of like a break-off then of Mod Hub. Or a branch out or whatever. Now that I did not know. And what's the problem here now? Hmm. I'm pretty sure that we're right in the neighborhood there. So there's got to be something else that's a problem, and the problem's got to be that it's not dumping over there. So let's do this. And spin it around. But that doesn't seem to be doing it. Why? Because it's not far enough out. There we go. Okay. And finally done. Got all that straw out of there. Oh, I didn't realize that that was actually an advance on, or something that Mod Hub was putting out. That just wrong way. Okay, it doesn't spin the right way for me. And resettle that, and we'll be able to move all that stuff out of there a little bit later. Okay, so. Oh yeah. Well, are you selling mods? Is that what's going on, or are you just building them, or what? When you say out of business, I understand, if you're not able to do that anymore, but actually, you say business, are you actually making money at it? I mean, I was looking at the maps earlier. I'm trying to build a map. So when you say going out of business, you just basically mean that you won't be able to do what you've been doing anymore, but it's not like you're making money on it or anything, right? Or is it that it's kind of like promos or whatever for something else that you do get money for? Like a come on or a add on or a. We're going to have to do something about parking over here. Oh, really? But then, isn't that really selling them? I've been out to LS 2017, and I know I was by American Eagles at one point, but I don't think I got anything off of them. But I picked up a couple things off of LS 2017, but it doesn't cost anything to do that because they're doing some kinds of advertising and stuff. So they're paying you for that to get good mods out there so that people come and get the mods so that they can show them advertising is what it sounds like to me. Well, see, I'd like to know something about that because I wouldn't mind, jumping in and adding my 2 cents worth. Well, they're free to the people who pick them up, but you're getting paid for it. So technically, you're selling them to, for all intents and purposes, to American Eagles and LS 2017. And they're making their money a different way, not by selling the mods, but by providing advertising, which they get paid for. They get paid for the advertising, which gets shown for people coming in to get the free mods. So it's like a come on. It's like what do they call it? Like a loss leader in markets in stores. Come and buy this for nothing, or get a free something when you buy something else. So it's just a twist on marketing, is all it is. But yeah, I guess the point is though, you're getting paid for that. That's pretty slick, and you're doing it right. Wage payment. Why am I paying that kind of? Oh, okay, because these guys are out here doing this, and he's just about done here, which is good. What am I looking at here? Oh, We're not even halfway done on this one. Yeah, I do. I remember everybody, and I kind of figured that they were all part. You guys were all part of, a group, a team, or whatever. I kind of got that. Um, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. That's slick. That's pretty slick. Well, I'll tell you what. If I get something up, that's halfway decent, and you think it's worth something or whatever, you think it's when I say worth something, that's worth using, then maybe I'll let you guys take a look at it, and you can help me to figure out how to do that. Same thing. I can join your group in a sense with that. Because there's a lot of things I want to do, but I'm just trying to figure out how to use the Giants editor right now. And I've been digging through the Goldcrest Valley map here. And actually, I partially ported over Westbridge. But one of the problems I ran into in porting over Westbridge is that I got all the buildings and everything. What I don't have is, that I know that I don't have right now, is none of the land textures. So there's no grass, no dirt roads, no paved roads, but I got all the bushes and trees, just no ground, no fields. So, and I just started digging into that, but it takes a little while to kind of dig through that stuff and figure that out. So I was playing with that a little bit. I put about an hour into that today and was checking some of that out in the Goldcrest today, Goldcrest Valley, and digging through the various points and seeing what the different bits were in the map, because I downloaded or installed, or whatever you want to call it. I've got the included mod map. And so I was just looking at all the stuff, trying to figure out how it goes together, trying to figure out how to use the Giants editor and what all the little tabs are for and stuff. Yeah, it doesn't get released until it's perfect. Oh, I'd love that. Yeah. Yeah, I know there's a lot of work in making a map. Yeah. The thing is I figure I don't know, I kind of get the feeling that it might be easier to make a map than it is to do some of the mods. I can do some editing on, something that already exists out there. I can edit the XML files, no problem. That's easy stuff. And the scripting doesn't look like it could be that complicated, because I was looking at the language and there's practically nothing to the command structure of the LUA scripting. And I've done various types of scripting and programming. I mean, I taught myself machine language on the 8085 processor 20, 30 years ago, so actually, 30, 40 years ago. And I've done basic, and I've done some Visual Basic scripting. I've done a little bit of Java, HTML, and XML, and all sorts of stuff. Stuff I can't even remember sometimes to mention. But so it's out there, working on a map. Okay, gotten everything done aside from the scripting. Okay. So and what scripting are you talking about now? Are you talking about scripting? Or are you talking about XML, where you set up, like where the vehicles go? Because that's an XML file to set up where the vehicles go, or to identify, a lot of the game references there. So when you're talking about scripting, what do you mean exactly? Just what you talking about there, Willis? Oh, that's neat. Well, I'd be interested, in talking to anybody that could give me some information on, how I can, for example, building a map from scratch, rather than going out, and taking a map that already exists and cleaning it, so to speak, and redesigning it. What do I need to build a map from scratch? Because I've got Blender, but none of the ID3 files, come into Blender. You got the XML finish, the cell points, and map triggers. Yeah, that looked really easy too. I mean, well, relatively easy, let's say. Like the cell points, like I was looking at the load zones, and I noticed on the Goldcrest Valley, the load zones at the shop. But I was thinking, wow, how easy would that be, just to take that load zone and move it to the farm. That would be so easy. So that every time you buy something, it shows up someplace on the farm. As a matter of fact, on this farm right here, it could show up in that big concrete parking lot we got out there by the house, you know. So it seems like that would just be really simple, just to pick that up and move that over. Or for that matter, you know, to pick that up and now I don't know about picking it up though, you know, and loading it into another map. See, that's the whole thing there. Because the scripting, which is where I imagine a lot of that gets defined, might be different for that. Like in 15, you know, if you did Westbridge and you bought something, it showed up at the shop, but you could, if you reset it, it would show up at the farm. So I haven't looked at 15 to see where the reset information is. You need some TeamSpeak because that's where the group is, and we have a map that has nothing on. Well, I have TeamSpeak client, so I can always, you know, get on the client. Don't have to have an account in that, right? It's a map that has nothing on it, so you can take that map and put it in Giants Editor and do what you want to. Yeah, where the group is. Okay. Yeah, but where'd you get that map? See, that's the whole point. Did you make that from scratch, or is that something pulled off? Because there's a lot of people out there that are throwing out, you know, like these blank maps out there, which is all fine and dandy. But how do you make it? How did they get it? Hey, Yuma Gaming, good to have you back. We're just BSing about, you know, stuff. Talking about Giants Editor and doing some mods and maps and things like that while I'm goofing off here. As a matter of fact, speaking of goofing off, this guy needs to get back to somewhere. We'll get him back to where he's supposed to be. Maybe I can sell some more stuff. Some more crops. Like this map right here. I just went out into the XML on this and I loaded up all of the, I changed what I do. I changed all the tractors, all the equipment back to basically year 0. Well, year 1. And went out to all the, to the silos, filled the silos up in XML, replaced all the question marks, you know, that had gone away, and replaced all the gold nuggets out there, so we can go looking for gold nuggets. Yeah, see, that's what I expect is, you know, that is probably going to be the quickest and easiest way is to take an existing map and just clean it and then go from there. So, but let's see, what can we sell over at Maplefield Mill? So they'll take all the canola they can get, and they'll take all the soybean for a good price, and they'll take sunflower. So let's see what I have here right now. I think it's funny too, his name is Cody. Does Cody do coding? Oh. I think you can, but you probably have to go into something like, you know, 3D or Maya or Blender, you know, or some sort of graphic tool, and lay it out to begin with. And then you're going to use scripting, I'm sure, you know, to be able to tie a lot of that in. I'm guessing, wildly guessing. I have no clue really. That was funny. Yeah. Does Cody do coding? Okay. So let's see what we're looking at. We're looking at canola and soybeans. So, and let me see. We'll just go ahead and start loading here. We'll see what's getting loaded up right now. I think it's the two. Yeah. The two bins in front will hold 60 tons each, but it acts as if it's one, so it holds 120 tons. So there's 120 tons there, and then behind that is another 90 tons that we can put in that, and behind, so it would be like this one here with the wheat symbol on it. The lid opens up and it'll hold 90 tons, and then like the one here with the beets on it, and it will hold 90 tons. So we can actually hold 300 tons here. What I was saying I might do is put 120 tons of this here, because I think whatever I do, once I sell one of the train loads, like if I sell 120 tons, if I had another 90 tons of this, it would be at a different price. So. Okay, all right, so not through, yeah, because I noticed I couldn't bring it into Blender, but I don't have Maya, and I don't have, what's the other one? I think it's 3D or whatever. Is some whatever it is that actually you can make a file with IDS. Is that it? IDS, I think so. And the DDS files. So the IDS, the three IDS and the IDS or the DDS files. So whatever it is that makes those, and I haven't researched that yet to figure out what that is yet. Well, yeah, I mean, maybe some point get together and talk with Cody. See the lid opening up there? So I'm gonna put something else in that though. So, oh, I guess I did soybeans there. So we'll do canola here, since that's a big seller there. Yeah, so that was the only thing I've seen. A few maps out there, and I thought, well, and there's actually on YouTube. I was looking. A guy was talking about. He actually has a map you can download for his map, and he's taken it. Basically, he's cleaned the map, and he's got all the stuff. The biogas plant and the farms and the silos and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, all in one corner of the map. And so you can go out and just start to place it. ID3X or something. Okay, yeah, and he made it from scratch using that ID3X. Okay, well, let me write that down, and I'll go out and I'll take a look at ID3X and see if I can find something there, because I really want to get into modding, but I just don't have enough time to do it, as much as I would like to. So, Yuma Gaming, what's going on? I see you're back and everything. So you just chilling, just chilling with the villain. I don't know. I need my orange juice and vodka. That's what I need. Let's see. So that was canola. We got and sunflowers. I'm going to do sunflowers here in the last one here for 90 tons. So notice, if you notice in the lower right-hand corner there, it's identifying I3DX. Yeah, I think I seem to recall I3DX. That I've seen that somewhere before, so I'm going to go out and take a look and see if I can find something for that, and see what that entails too. But in the meantime, I'm just digging around in the Goldcrest Valley map and trying to figure out and the editor, trying to figure out the editor and trying to go through dummies. Oh, have you seen the digital upgrade that Giants is offering there? They're offering what is it? How to do something, a special thing on mods, or best way to deal with mods book. Also the mods for dummies. But my question is that the same one that's already included in 15 and 17? Because not ID3X. Am I just saying it wrong? And what do I mean about what? I lost track already of what I'm talking about. In the lower right-hand corner here, you can see on the map on this, it shows all three loads there. The 120,000 soy and the 90,000 canola and the 90,000 sunflower. So that's kind of neat. I wonder how that does if I have more than 2 tippers too with different product in it. So I can't wait to see that. So we're going to go and sell this stuff now. I'm going to make me some more money. Like I don't have enough already at 5 million and some change on this, right? So, okay. Well, a little bit of verbal dyslexia, so it happens. It's not the first time. It won't be the last time. It's kind of like, people have a problem sometimes typing it incorrectly. I have a problem sometimes saying it correctly, so. So, it's I3DX. Okay, so. Oh yeah, and I wrote it down wrong too. Okay, whoa, stop. Whoa, stop. Yeah, it is a delay. You're absolutely right. Yeah. And the thing is though, is I've gone out and I've set all the delays on OBS to nothing. As much as I mean, seriously, it literally says nothing on the delays. A little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. I want to get that 120,000 first. There we go, right there. Okay. So I've set the delays to nothing, and then even on, I think it was in Twitch, they've got the little thing, that says set the delay to nothing if you're going to be. They got another one where you can set it to nothing if you're going to be chatting, and it says that some people might experience, some problems with buffering because of that. But I set that to 0 anyway. I had actually been wondering if that wasn't a reason why you were having a problem with buffering, the last time that you were on. Was because of that. Because of that setting. All right, 106,000 on that one. I didn't see what we got for the first one. And 90,000 in sunflower we get. 90 tons in sunflower we get. $85. Really? Oh, sunflower has really sucked here. I should have been selling them someplace else. Okay. So about streaming modding, but I don't know. It has to do with the actual Twitch server. Yeah, the thing is, I've gone out and taken a look at some people that are doing stuff, have done some stuff on modding. There's a couple things. I think one guy was talking about, he says he doesn't really want to do much on modding because then the whole stream becomes about modding and he doesn't want his stream to be about modding. So I understand that. 150,000? 150,000 plus? Are you talking about how much I dropped off? Because if you are, it was 120,000 for the two cars up front, another 90,000 for the next car, and another 90,000 for the car behind that. So it's 300,000. The train will hold 300,000. Or 300 tons. If that's what you're talking about. And yeah, somebody else was talking about, yeah, because I actually went out and tested it at one point. I wanted to see how much each one of the cars held. So, ooh, stop right there. Okay, alrighty. So, oh really? Because I've seen a lot of people out there asking for a lot of modding. So, I guess I lost that Yuma Gaming. You know what? It's the money. 150. Oh, it was 150,000 for the 120 soybean, is what you're saying, give or take a tad. Okay, so I got it. I'm there. I appreciate that. Appreciate the feedback. It's like Yep, the delay is killing us. All right. Well, you need to let me know what Cody's stream is, so is he on? I guess he's doing YouTube like you do as well. What his YouTube channel is, so I can go out and check it out, because I'll follow. Well, 200 people is a lot of people, though. There's a lot. You got to imagine, there's probably not a lot of people that really just want to go out and get into the coding stuff, or even have the ability to be able to deal with some of that, much less it requires a lot of logic and organization and having a good feel for, what coding's all about. And that's not an easy piece for a lot of people to pick up. I mean, doggone it, some people have a hard time just, balancing their checkbook. So I can't imagine that coding is going to be, at the top of their list. Oh, let's see. Can we get across the footbridge here? I think we can. We're narrow enough here. We're just going to cut right across there. Save ourselves a little time. But 200 people, that's a healthy following, really. I think. Especially for something like coding. Okay, look both ways for trains. No trains? Okay, go. Woohoo! We got us some air with that one. All right. Well, I guess we can take them over and rinse them off a little bit. Yeah. Now, wait a minute. So, he had 60,000 subs on YouTube. And all he does is record modding? But 60,000, the 60K wasn't for modding, though, right? What was that for? Or was it for modding? Oh, dirty, dirty, dirty. Man, you need some cleaning up. So yeah, you can see I've sold a couple of the sheds here. And I'm trying not to, I'm not doing any internal mods on this, any coding mods or anything, because this is the multiplayer. So the only modifications that really occur here are whatever you can do in game, like you can sell or buy stuff, or I can get the other what do you got that roller, that'll wipe out fields and stuff, and I can go and create fields or something. So that's the only real modding I'm going to be doing here for the multiplayer stuff. Oh, well, see, now I need to go out and see. That's what I need to see, because I need to see how he's doing that stuff. Because if I see somebody else doing something like that, I really get a great insight. It's like if I drive someplace or you drive me someplace, I can get there again, and not only the way that we went, but I can get there a number of different ways. And as a matter of fact, I surprised my accountant. Because in accounting, I created certain entries in accounting, and he was so, and I don't know accounting worth a ding dong, really, when it comes down to it. But he was so impressed by some of the stuff I did that he's now recommending that some of his clients do the same stuff. So it's if I get a feel for something, I can figure out a number of different ways to do stuff. Okay, either way, yeah, I got it. You don't have to correct spelling. It's fine. Don't worry about it, man. I'm not worried about spelling at all. The way I fat finger things on the keyboard sometimes, I don't really care. The only time I care is when I'm writing a letter, or or in some sort of professional manner or something like that, where I need to make sure that I look professional. Other than that, don't worry about it. Let it go. So, let it go. Let it go. I wonder if it's been long enough now that these guys can actually get fertilized. Or even if this needs to be fertilized. Let me check that first, I guess, huh? So, let's see. Oh, actually what it needs to be plowed. But I have crops growing in it right now, so. No, see, I can't even fertilize that anymore. So, but I can 12 and 19, 24 and 26. So maybe I ought to go and see what they need while we're here. So, yeah, fat finger problems, absolutely. Boy, I tell you. And the thing is when I was in high school, I took a typing class too. So I can, in theory, I can touch type. It's not hunt and peck, it's touch type. In reality, I have to look at the keyboard. So I cannot type very well without actually looking at the keyboard and seeing where my fingers land. I just never worked that out very well. Let's see, we're going to hire you, so you should be able to do that. Oh, that's right, I don't own this field. Because that was something else I went out and I changed in XML, that I didn't own this field because I had owned it before, because I copied this from another one, as well as some of the other fields that I copied. So which fields do I own that I can do that with? I don't think I own it. I don't even own 11 anymore, so I went out and I unowned 11, 22, 23, 24, and 19 by going out and modifying XML. Yeah, it's just Human Game is just watching and listening. You picking up anything? Yeah, anything you want to see? I'm just kind of, like I said, just goofing. We're just yakking, yakety yakking. Okay, so I don't own that. Don't care. Yeah, in my single player game, I actually cut down all these trees, so I started doing some logging in that one. But we got some equipment building up here. So what else? What else is going on then? Let's see. Don't know, just kind of goofing. Yeah. Well, it's kind of that day, isn't it? I guess I could, let's see, he's at least halfway. He's got to get more than halfway, otherwise the other guy won't be able, he'll catch up too quickly. So, yeah, that's great. Well, that's also, I finally got Discord up and running too. So, and that's, but unless we're doing something, well, why aren't we just on Discord then? We could be talking. We don't have to be going through this. It's all new to me. I'm working it out. But I didn't think you were going to be here for long anyway, Keegan. I thought you were going to take off there, so or do something else. So I guess that's why I didn't suggest that. Because aren't you already on my Discord? I think I'm on yours. Well, I have to bring it up and everything. I'm not going to go out and check it right now. So, yeah, there's a lot of farmers out here. Well, Yuma Gaming, you're in Europe, right? Did I get that right? I know it's been a while since I talked to you. Right, right. Okay. I thought so. I thought we had kind of exchanged discords there. So, but I've only used it like once, I think, at this point. And that's what I was going to use, for multiplayer gaming here, but nobody's really showed up to play, so I didn't want to actually do it. Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So, do you do some farming too? I know somebody I was talking to from Europe is a farmer. Has a little farm that they work on. A family farm, a small family farm. So, okay. Well, let's see. I guess I could speed things up. I could put some equipment away. I've already sold that. So, yeah, I hear you. 118 games. Oh, it's your dad. Okay, all right. And 118 games, my goodness. Yeah, and I just bought 2 games. I haven't even started playing yet, so because they were on sale. And within the last month, I think I've bought 4 games, and I've hardly played any of them. And I've got some games and those are on Steam. And I've got a bunch of games that are not on Steam that I may or may not be able to play, through streaming or otherwise. But it's just, who's got time, right? 118 games, my goodness. And I've been kind of popping around in different games, too. I kind of feel like I need to just pick one and run with it for a while, and I've kind of been doing it with Farming Simulator. But there's so many other things I want to do, like, I got Pirates, I want to play with Pirates, I want to do, I just picked up Cities Skylines, which I haven't even started playing yet, but I used to play all the Sim Cities until I got really bored with those. Even 4 wasn't all that great, because it was kind of the same thing. So, all the farming games, and Minecraft, and and GTA. So Minecraft, see, that's another one that I would like to pick up and play with in Minecraft. I just was in a bookstore the other day, and your dad is a farmer too. Yeah, I think. How big of a farm do you have, Yuma Gaming? Or does your dad have? And are you following in his footsteps? I mean, I imagine you had to at least at one point help him out on the farm. Oh, don't know? Okay. Oh, well, that's too bad. It's big. When my dad remarried, he and my mother were divorced, and he moved away, and then, sometime later he got remarried. Yeah, yeah. Well, of course, money. And you have helped him out. I imagine so. If I was a father and I had a son or a daughter, and they were getting of age there, I think you coming out and helping me out because this is hard work. Ah, yeah. So, but yeah, my father, when he remarried, he remarried into a family, and his new father-in-law owned hundreds of acres. I only say hundreds; it may have been thousands. And not only did he own, acreage in which he had been a farmer, but he also had started up a huge construction company too. And both of his sons, that were, like in their 20s and 30s, were working for him in his construction company as well. So, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Keegan's got lots of good stories there. Yeah, and as a matter of fact, you might want to pop out and, well, I don't know how much you're doing in streaming there though, Keegan, because I know I was looking there at one point, but I don't remember how much I saw as far as your videos or whatever out there on stream. I'm sorry, on Twitch, and I'm not sure I've seen your YouTube stuff, so I need to take a look at that too. So. But yeah, and so this father-in-law, his wife said, "Good ones and scary ones." Yeah, well, I hear you there. I know. I was just hearing a scary one a little earlier too. So about you getting the frostbite in the toes, going out feeding the cattle. So because it's that cold. Also, as a construction company, it's like that's a natural. Movement, isn't it? You're a farmer and you get in the farmer going, and then construction just kind of falls right into it. It's almost similar type of work. You have 2 YouTube accounts. All right. Well, you're going to have to clue me in at some point. Then you can send me a message, or or tweet or whatever, some way. If you don't want to put it up here, that's fine. So. Yeah, it seems like it's a natural move. Anyway, so his wife, said, "Well, I'd like to have a little garden out in the back. I'd like to have a little garden, a little veggie garden, so I can just get my veggies fresh and everything, little fruits and stuff, So he went out and plowed 2 acres in the backyard. So it's good for a little garden. He did a little garden. Funny person. A great guy, though. Great guy. So that's the funny story behind that one. Yeah. I don't know what the heck I'm doing now. I'm just sitting here waiting for time to roll out, I think. I don't know. Oh, actually, it's after 5 already, too. So, in theory, I should be gone already. Okay, get it when you're on next. That'd be great, Keegan. I appreciate that, because I'm trying to be a little bit more attentive, and get out and see other people's streams and stuff. It's just time is always such an issue. For small garden, got 15 acres. 15 acres later, she got her garden. Yeah, that's about and that's the way it is with farming, isn't it? It's like you got 100 acres, so, 5 acre garden that's just a little garden. If you've got the acreage there. And of course there's small farmers too, and that's all they got is maybe 5 acres or 10 acres, and that's the whole farm. Especially in small towns. I was talking to somebody, I can't remember, in Europe, who is on a small farm like that. I don't know how many acres exactly, but it's a small family farm like that. And so, a lot of the produce goes to the family, but then some of it is sold as well. So a lot of it is basically to live on, and that's the way farmers are. Okay, well, I guess I'm going to have to get pretty close to calling it here, but I just kind of want to mention she wanted sweet corn, so he planted feed corn. Oh, yeah. Well... 11 p.m. Okay. Oh, you're at 11 p.m. or AM? I don't know. See. Okay. PM. I'm guessing. Yeah, because you're AM. Yeah, AM. So because we're minus. Yeah, so PM for you. We're -5 here, Greenwich Mean Time. So you're +1 Greenwich Mean Time, I'm guessing. I see. So do you use 24-hour then, or what? You just... Okay, Keegan, yeah, I'm going to be closing down here in just a minute, so you take care. I'm sorry to hear about the problems today. I hope you're feeling a lot better. Use 24 hours. Okay, all right. That's it. So basically, then you're running about 2,300, and I would be at 1,700 here. So military time. We call it military time here. 2310. Okay. Yeah, and that's what I got. I got 1710 here. So that'll tell you we're about 6 hours difference. Yeah. All right. Well, I'll have to remember that. Maybe I'll put that, in the next stuff that I'm putting out. I'll put it military time, include military time as well. So, yeah, and sometimes, yeah, stuff just happens. You don't have to tell me about stuff happening. I got stuff happen. I got stuff. Matter of fact, just a real quick thing. I just had just before I started streaming, I have a tooth that crown that came out post and all. It just came out of my mouth. So I had to call up the emergency dentist, and I've got an emergency appointment for Monday morning so I can get my tooth put back in. So if it's not one thing, it's another. So life happens. Yeah. But, that's nothing compared to what happened to you. So take care, Keegan. Again, hope you're feeling better real soon there. So, yeah, Yuma Gaming. So that's pretty slick. I'm so glad you stopped by. Thank you for stopping by. I really appreciate it. If you're not following me already on Twitter, yeah, I know. Wow. I took a little bit of floss and said I'm going to clean out between the teeth, and pow, there went the tooth. I'm like, oh, come on, man. So, well, that's life. It happens after a while. So, anyway, yeah, if you're not following me on Twitter, you can pick me up there, and I always try to telecast through a tweet, what's going to be happening when. So that's there. YouTube, you can go out to YouTube if you haven't seen any of the stuff that I've been doing lately out there. Pop out to YouTube. You can get to that from the channel there on Twitch. Just go out there. If you wanna be on my Discord, there's also a link there. Just hit that, and that should put you into Discord as well. You do, that's great. Okay. I don't really pay attention a lot of times to who is actually following me on Twitter and stuff, but that's great. Thank you so much. I appreciate that too. So every little bit helps. If there's anything you want to see, if there's a better time, for you to be watching, let me know that too, because I'm a little flexible. And I know, for Europe, it's a little bit different there. Like you say, it's pretty late there right now. Maybe we could work something out where I wouldn't be so late for you guys there if there was other time. Okay. All right. Let me write that down there. That seems familiar there. So I may have seen that. And if there's anything you want to see too, like you can see my list of games there. I don't know if it's got the link to my Steam, but I'm same thing on Steam, Flail Doctor, so you can see me out there. And if you want to check out my games and there's something that you'd like to see played too, I can do that too. Don't know if I know. I may have missed that. Your YouTube. I didn't know that was your YouTube name, if that's what you're saying, but now I do. But maybe I better put both of those down so I can relate those together. So later on I'll be looking at, how can do you know? And you say, that's me. Okay. All right. Thanks, Yuma Gamer, for stopping in again. I appreciate it. And I guess I'm going to call it right here because I'm getting hungry and it's dinner time for me. So good night, everybody. Remember, Tuesday night for me, it's put that into European time. It's 1900 until 2200, and for Thursday night, 1900 to 2200, and Saturdays it's 1300 to 1700 is what I typically like to stream. The last Saturday of every month, though, I turn that into a wee bit of a marathon, so it's 1300 typically to about 1900. So thanks a lot, Yuma Gaming. You have a good one, too. And I know you don't celebrate Christmas over there, but I hope you have, if you have any kind of a holidays other than New Year's through this period, happy holidays to you. If